Now we're back. We're here, man. It is the Celebrational in New Zealand, Queenstown. Craig Krempel's Flake. It is a great time to be a Flesh and Blood player.
Dude, I went up a mountain this morning.
Yes. Well, okay, it was a gondola. All you have to do is sit there and behave. Like, let's just pump your brakes on your responsibility there.
Don't take this away from me.
I will not take it away from you.
We went up a mountain this morning.
All right, sure. Okay, that's fine. Lots of sheep here, apparently. One of which has a new spoiler card that you're going to get today. My spoiler card, which is going to be pretty cool. If you like Betsy, you're going to like this piece here. Craig, very unique formats going forward here, and very unique and awesome people from the community who are going to be playing some great Flesh and Blood this weekend.
I think you used the exact right word, that it's community, right? This is such a special event. We've brought in people from all over the world to participate in this event, and it is just such a unique group, and I'm so excited to be part of it.
It's great. We've got, again, Craig Krempel's Flake's going to be here, but let's talk about who else is here this weekend. So head judge Amanda Coots of NASA, all the way from space. We got like the real deal here.
How many times am I going to have to correct you this weekend?
Well, she's not from space.
Okay.
Well, technically, I guess we're all kind of from space.
Oh,
wow. Earth is in space. Look, that's not where we're not here. This isn't a geography class.
Pull up, Flake.
Yeah, all right. Pull it up. Land the thing, damn it. We've got, other than that, Nick Kayo is going to be here as well.
And these are two of the best judges you'll find across any game on the globe.
In space.
In space.
Across, well, you know what? I'm confident to say the whole damn universe. All right. The best judges in the universe are here. But what about the production team? What is there left to say about Savage Feats, who have not already had their, their tires pumped so much already? They are so damn good, and you guys are in for a treat all week long. We're going to have some top-notch production.
The talent behind the talent, as it were.
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, behind every loudmouth, there are people who are mute the button every now and then just to sort of, give you some solace. Ethan Van Sant, of course, of Savage Feats. Van Sant, the League of Leviah, and one of the best players to play that hero ever, frankly, is here to be behind the scenes to make sure that this broadcast goes incredible. And of course, Nathan Dolman, who you might not know as well as Ethan. But let's get to the match. We're going to talk about the players later, but we want to get you to the action. And so let's go straight to it, and we'll talk about the format as we get there. So let's kick it to the match. This is something unique. This is called Underdog Blitz. What's Underdog Blitz, Craig?
Underdog Blitz is your basic Blitz format, with the caveat that you can't play any hero that has more than 100 living legends points.
Yeah, you really kind of have to, I don't want to say scrape the bottom of the barrel here, but you got to be creative. You have to sort of take these heroes that have been, maybe under the thumb of some of the more oppressive heroes that have really dictated what that format has been. The Chains, the Briars, etc., the Icelanders, the Kanos. Those are not going to be, they've all ascended. They've all sort of moved on. But what about the sort of lower tier, the ones that don't get the same spotlight? As Kelvin Law and Viet Fam are your first two players here, and they are going to be playing. Who do we got here?
Who do we have here? That's the question, right?
We've got.
Go ahead.
No, we got a big chunk of meat. Is what we got. A big chunk of humanity. It's Yoji and there is Riptide.
Yeah, and this is going to be super interesting. I think this is a format that rewards people that specialize in these heroes that we don't see get a lot of play.
Agreed. So as you can see here, you're going to see some gameplay that you won't necessarily get at some of those more high-end tournaments. Because again, Underdog Blitz, if the hero has more than 100 living legend points, you cannot play that hero. It is not legal in this format. So Riptide, a.k.a. Driptide, is going to be here. And there's a lot of players out there in the community, players like, let's say, Tommy Fresh of Fresh and Buds. He is somebody who has put a lot of work into this. But we're kicking it off here with some Guardian play. That is Thunderquake, a nice 8 attack over here. So something that Guardians typically play, but you never see it with Yoji.
Yeah, I think if you're playing the Yoji deck and you're looking at Riptide on the other side of the board, you know that this is going to be kind of a fatigue game where it's going to go long. You're going to see your whole deck multiple times, and just opening with 8 where you get to take 3 cards out of your opponent's deck just straight out from the beginning of the game is a very good opener.
Let's just take a look at the kit there. Craig. I mean, just the absolute fridge that this guy is bringing to the party here. Besides the civic steps, you have the tectonic plate. You've got the headpiece, the gloves. You're blocking like crazy, as well as the buckler. So there's so much block that you can just donate. If you've got a hand, if you got some gas that you want to actually push down on the pedal here, you can just block on some pretty nasty attacks with just the equipment, with just what you walked into the party with.
Yeah, and I think some turns, most turns we're going to see Kelvin just turtle up and give his hand and just swing back with the weapon. But there's definitely going to be turns, like you're saying, where he'll decide to cash in all of the equipment, hold his hand, and then come in with some monstrous attack.
Now we're going to activate the Mask of Malicious Manifestations. This was a card, I believe, from Outsiders that doesn't necessarily see a lot of constructed play, but a very unique option here. As you see, he's just going through the cards, looking for something here. Put a card from your hand or arsenal on the bottom of your deck, destroy it, and then you're basically going to be peeling cards from the top of your deck until you reveal an attack action card. He dug real deep into that deck to find that attack action.
Dude, this is so interesting that, Viet Fam is definitely bringing a fringe strategy here where, clearly Nourishing Emptiness is going to be the only card that he hits with this. And then he's going to just try to defend a lot, get the triggers from the traps, and then send in the weapon.
Yeah, it's a very fascinating strategy, because using that Mask of Malicious Manifestations here, what you're doing is you're basically guaranteeing, it's a guaranteed tutor alongside the Goliath Gauntlet here to just go ahead and hit on this dominated Nourishing Emptiness. What a very unique combination here to go ahead and seek out that card with the guarantee, pump it up, and just go in with this devastating on-hit effect.
And on turn one, he's asking the question, do you want to give up your armor right away?
And I think that's a fair assessment here, because this play here can absolutely blow out various other heroes that might not have the equipment set to actually cover this up. Now, Dominate, of course, means that you can only defend with one card from hand and one card from arsenal or whatever equipment. For most other heroes that are out there, they don't have access to this kind of block. So here's the civic steps. We're probably going to see as much as it takes here to actually cover this up. Now, the on-hit effect of this, Craig, if there are no other attack actions in the graveyard, in the discard pile there, it's going to get +1 intellect. But look at this. We're just going to go ahead and try to cover this up as best as possible. Now, he's going to provide a little bit of change here. It's going to 9 covering up 8 here, so he's going to say keep the change on this one.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, he'll have these kind of floating 1-block armors later for covering breakpoints more efficiently.
This opening play here, Viet Fam has really cooked up something pretty nasty here. Now, again, walking into an absolute just behemoth of a brick wall. That's not necessarily where you want to go. But like you mentioned, just being able to chew through armor like this, oftentimes when it comes to facing off against a guardian or something that has a lot of equipment block like a warrior, you have to feel happy with being able to just chew through it and just say, we've made progress. So later down the line, that's something that he can't lean on later, as we see a Debilitate coming in the old-fashioned way, just 6 attack with the crush effect. If 4 or more go through, it's going to have a little extra sauce on it.
Yeah, and I think it's worth noting Viet Fam took a lot of armor from the opponent, but used a lot of his one-time use resources as well. So, he no longer has the headpiece, he no longer has the Goliath gauntlets. He's not going to be able to repeat that turn again. Not to the same level of effectiveness.
Now, what's fascinating about this event, my friend, this is something a little bit interesting and unique for us, is that we are actually casting this on a stage in front of a giant screen. After this match, I think that they're gonna be playing Fellowship of the Ring. Okay. I'm not sure, but we do have an actual audience of more than one person. Yeah, look, you hear this, which is kind of cool. This is great. This is amazing. And the best part is when Brian Gottlieb came in, he was met with a series of boos.
Yeah, well,
someone's got to be the bad guy, right?
Yes, there are villains of this world, and Brian is one of them.
Here's a pummel to meet up with this Debilitate, and we're going to go ahead and throw a boulder trap in front of this too. Now the pummel is going to pump this up to 10. It's going to probably block out the whole thing, frankly. The whole kit and the caboodle is being stuffed on this one.
Yeah, and we're getting some triggers here from the boulder trap. So, Riptide's going to deal a damage. We're going to lose essentially 2 armor with that -1 armor counter. So pretty good situation for Viet Fam here. Yeah,
great usage of the boulder trap as well to just go ahead and stuff that pummel and send it back to space. We're going back to space.
Okay.
That's the theme today.
Yep, that's definitely not the theme today.
Oh boy! All right. Well, Talishar, the Lost Prince. This is kind of it kind of became a little bit of a, I don't want to say a joke of a weapon. It's kind of just like, hey, when all else fails, you can always use the old rusty blade. But this is a weapon that if you're not going to use the bow as Riptide, let's just go ahead and swing the rusty blade. And what's fascinating about it as well is that using that and not having to rely on arrows allows you to make that initial nourishing emptiness play, which wasn't as spectacular because of all the equipment block. Yep. But I guarantee you Viet Fam is going to catch someone flat-footed with that play at this tournament.
Yeah, this is so interesting seeing this kind of fringe strategy. Like I said, I think he ran into a pretty bad matchup here where he's going to just see a lot of big attacks that don't necessarily trigger his traps.
The boulder trap on that one was ideal for sure.
It was ideal, but I in general, if you're just throwing, 3-card 8s at the opponent, that's a pretty bad spot for a deck that wants to block a lot.
Oasis Respite, aka Wizardbane, just came through and blocked out that hammer, Titan's Fist, with a little swing for 4 to quote our friends at Push the Point, hammer for 4.
Hammer for 4. I love it.
I love it too. All right, well, hammer for 4. Rusty blade for 4. I don't know.
What's good for the goose, right?
Oh boy! Did you see any geese on the mountain, or was it just sheep?
Sheep and goats. What a place to be!
Like I said, on the gondola, I stared directly at my shoelaces and didn't look outside. Heights are not my thing, so didn't happen. Now there are 2 counters on the Talishar. There's really just it's not long for this world, the Talishar, unfortunately, is it does put counters on it. Eventually, it does go away. So I think you get one more kick at the can with it before you got to sort of toss it in the trash bin. But
and then we're going to have to see Viet, pivot here, right? I expect he's going to be trying to put the nourishing emptiness back on top of his deck repetitively, and then go at the opponent that way. But I think it's going to be a tough go for him in this matchup.
All right, so here is Command and Conquer from Arcane Rising, a staple of a card, a absolute powerhouse. This one here, no defense reactions, and if there's anything that Riptide's going to lean on, it's D-reacts.
Yep. This is a great spot to start. Obviously, the Riptide player is a little bit insulated from the on-hit effect because they've got the trench. They'll just put the card on the bottom of their deck.
Ooh! Pitching the pummel to play the pummel. So insult to injury on this one as well. It's going to come through for a fat stack of 10 and some tears to follow suit here as it's going to go ahead and peel a card away and finally do some damage as Viet Fam and Kelvin Law both were coming in stock at 21 to 19 health here. Both of them kind of playing as they walked into the door here, but that pummel on top of that Command and Conquer, you got to think, did Viet Fam just get caught with a handful of D-reacts? Couldn't really throw anything in front of it.
100%, and I mean, to me, Kelvin's just firmly in the driver's seat at this point.
This is Nourishing Emptiness dominated.
I think Kelvin's hand lines up very well. If he has a D-rack and he can just use a couple of these 1-point armors or just the headpiece, like he's in a very good spot.
Yeah, there is I believe a pair of Sync Belows in there, and he can go ahead and toss in front here if he wants to use the Crown of Providence, should you want to, but I think using the 1 blocks here might be the better option, mainly because usually when you're playing or throwing Crown of Providence in front of something, you want to obviously fix your hand, but at the same time, you might want to create a 5-card hand, cycle the arsenal out, and maybe find some resources where you need it. But we're going to go ahead and double up here. Civic Steps and the Buckler with the Sink Below is the right recipe to go ahead and meet this head on.
And this is a perfect matchup for Civic Steps, right? Every time you block with it, you're giving them that go again token, but you don't care. They're never making more than 1 attack in most turns anyway. Certainly, and that was a big conversation about Civic Step. A lot of people immediately saw the value of that, and Guardian players were celebrating, but others were like, do you really want to give your opponent a quicken token? But if you're doing it against certain heroes, like you said, it's lost value. They're never going to attack twice. But other times, depending on where you shove it, sometimes it just means that you got to be strategic with it. So tossing it in front of there, not taking any of the damage. Kelvin Law still at 21. And I mean, getting 3 armor out of your feet is $1 million. That is some American math if I've ever heard it before. That is certainly. Let me check my math. Yeah, the exchange rate to New Zealand damage blocking, no problem. But again, hammer for 4. Titan's Fist.
kind of picking up the slack where Winter's Wail once was what Starvo sort of took with him at the time.
Yep.
And then our good friend Oldham had to make do with this Titan's Fist, where a lot of people are thinking it just didn't feel right. But obviously, when you're swinging Titan's Fist all day, and swinging Winter's Wail all day, and then you go down to Titan's Fist, nothing feels great. There is a Sigil of Solace, bringing Viet Fam back to double digits at 12. Still looking. We're going to go ahead and throw in front of this here, take a little bit of damage. It's been a process here for Kelvin. And again, just the first salvo of Viet Fam breaking the mask, finding with the Goliath Gauntlet, finding the Nourishing Emptiness. That was, you got to think that should have done most, like the lion's share of the work against many heroes. Unfortunately, like we said, he was matched up in round 1 here against a brick S house.
Well, and it's a little bit interesting. Kelvin's, he's kind of rolled up here where he's able to arsenal a D-react. He overpitched on the turn so that he could just draw up a whole new fresh hand. The traps generally aren't going to get him, so he's just in the driver's seat real firmly. Imposing
Visage. Going to cover up 3 of the 4, so finally making some hay here. Kelvin down to 19. That's where Riptide started. So
it's a long road.
It has definitely been a long road, and I believe that is a red Thunderquake, a card I absolutely love. This is a card that I usually, when I'm building a Guardian list, always makes it into the first set of my 90 to 95 cards before you start making cuts. It never survives, but this is a card I really, really love.
The red one, you're saying?
Red one, yes. You're always going to put the blues. You need the blues for Guardian, obviously, but throwing the red in there is just, it's a 10 spot for 6. It just does work. It does some heavy lifting. You don't need to be flashy. You don't need to be cute about it. You just need to get your opponent's life total down, and throwing 10 at Viet Fam, sitting at 12 here, you're going to get some work done.
Yeah, and obviously in the Blitz format, 10 is even more significant than it is in your typical Classic Constructed.
Certainly, absolutely.
Ooh.
All right, well, series of cards here are going to meet that halfway through on the battlefield, right on that combat chain. Crowd's feeling it. They're loving it. I think that was the gondola. I think I don't know if you guys heard that at home, but I think we got up the mountain just in time.
We're walking back? Is that what you're telling me?
Oh, here's another one. Again, we're talking about those wonderful cards. This is from Everfest. Love this card, Macho Grande. And now we were talking about what is going to happen when somebody wins this tournament. They're going to have their submitted card made into their likeness. Now, I won the tournament last year, so that's why this is my likeness.
Yeah,
in the card form.
Yes.
Yeah, Macho Grande.
Macho flaky.
Yeah, the beard though, when we're talking about it's a fantasy and everything, the beard aspect is the only thing that is fictional about this likeness of me.
That's the only thing, yes.
I also have a 16 pack like this guy. This guy has muscles under his armpits. I didn't even know you had body parts there. What is this guy? All right, so 10 Dominate. Again, built-in Dominate comes stock. Like all-wheel drive on a Subaru.
So the Riptide deck is a little bit good about getting around Dominate, because every time it blocks with a card from hand, one of the traps, it can put one into its arsenal and then block with that trap as well. And obviously Viet has just shown up with the absolute full complement of traps here.
Yeah, it's a very good way to sort of circumvent that Dominate effect, which can really shorten the games. Like you said, in playing Blitz at half health here, we're going to go ahead and gain some of that life, put some cards back too. And again, another Nourishing Emptiness. So now we're seeing a little bit of the strategy here, just kind of recycling the Nourishing Emptinesses and getting the full value out of them. This is a strategy I think that we saw. Mara Faris used to do this with Burn Them All. She put it in there, burn away a lot of the action cards so that she can get more value, play the Nourishing Emptiness multiple times. And here we see Viet Fam recycling that card to get that effect, to get the Dominate effect, get the on-hit effect, to really get full value out of that card, and also gaining some life. That was a devastating attack there. A 10 Dominate with that Macho Grande really just kind of can really be curtains for many of the heroes here, but Viet Fam has been very resilient in this game.
Well, he has, but every time you make these big 10 attacks and the opponent has to put 3 cards in front of them, you are just grinding through their deck.
Well, here comes, and again, another one. So just hit after hit. It's another 10 spot thrown away towards Viet Fam. Kelvin Law has been relentless these past 3 turns, sending 10 after 10 after 10 here.
And we should revisit that Kelvin has that D-React rolled up in his arsenal. So even if this Nourishing Emptiness comes in again next turn, he will be able to easily cover it with a card from hand in the D-React or just the D-React in some of his armor.
Very well. Yeah, that's very well put there. And again, the armor that's still kind of sitting there. You still have 4 points of armor, 4 points of block that you can lean on. So again, Viet Fam has to feel like, all right, I've done some work here, and we're going to go with the Oasis Stressman and further blocking this out. So this might go down to the wire. I mean, Viet Fam, even though he's been recycling some cards, he's been throwing everything in the kitchen sink in front of these single cards that Kelvin has been sending. So the card efficiency, that card economy, well in Kelvin Law's favor here.
Absolutely. And when it comes to the end game, one of them still has a weapon and the other one doesn't.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, no. Riptide's just there in the rain waiting for the bus at this point. He's got nothing to lean on. There's a hammer in Kelvin's back pocket and another Macho Grande 10 dominate. Viet Fam just looking for a breath of air at this point.
Yep. This has been a relentless series of turns, just 10 after 10 after 10. And it's exactly how, like, if Kelvin could write up the script, this is exactly how it would go.
This is unreal. Unreal. I haven't seen a hot streak like this since the Backstreet Boys in the late 90s.
I was expecting a hockey reference there.
Nope. You'll get those tomorrow, my friend.
They're coming.
Yeah, it's coming, man. It's coming. All right, so Dominate, like I said, built in, no problem. 10 attack, Macho Grande, 7 to play, but no big deal when you have been in the driver's seat for quite a while now. Again, what's on the line here, Craig? It's not just about bragging rights. There is some fancy schmancy.
So we kind of touched on that just a little bit. The players were asked to submit their own action cards, and the winner of the event will have their action card made with their likeness in the artwork. So I'm sure LSS will work with everyone to massage out the kinks here and there, but there's nothing better than having people show up to events playing you.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And depending on how many, if the viewership is high enough, Brian Gottlieb will actually read the card. Yeah.
Yeah.
Brian has left, I think. Is Brian gone? Brian? No, he's in the back throwing paper airplanes at me. Okay, so we're going to cover this one up as well. Again, like you mentioned, as under the gun, as Viet Fam has been here on 4 consecutive turns of these massive Guardian attacks, he is still sitting pretty at 12. It's been quite impressive on both sides, frankly.
Yeah, but he hasn't been able to effectively loop these Nourishing Emptinesses to have that 5-card hand over and over, which is exactly what his deck is looking to do. And on the other side, Kelvin's still sitting at 15. He's got way more cards left in his deck. And I just think he's in the driver's seat in this situation.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's kind of hard to have a voice when you're getting punched in the face relentlessly, like Viet Fam has been. Kelvin has been sending it hot and heavy for 4 consecutive turns here. And it looks like some of it might trickle through finally, as Kelvin Law has sent 40 points of damage over 4 turns and has only connected for 10% of it. So he's putting in work, but at the same time, Viet Fam has really, really been resilient here to just stay alive.
Yeah, I mean, when your deck is 80% traps, you're going to be able to weather the storm for a long time.
I think Macho Grande was 80% traps too. Did you see how big those things were? Oh Lord, it's been quite a fun week here that we've kicked off in New Zealand, starting in Auckland, having a good time there, and here in Queenstown is absolutely beautiful. The lake.
Breathtaking.
It's incredible. The girls selling cherries, breathtaking.
I'm not getting into that.
All right, well. So
tell us about your speedboat experience.
I will when those memories unlock from the, yeah, no worries. Those have been buried for now.
You wake up in night sweats back on that boat.
Here is a Command and Conquer. Yeah, 6 attack.
And this is interesting. I didn't get a good look at Kelvin's hand, but the unique ability of Command and Conquer not to be blocked by the D-reacts makes me think he might have, we've seen a couple of pummels. I don't know if he's got Rainbow Pummel in his deck, but if he does, I would have leaned towards, saving that card for a pummel turn.
Viet Fam now walking the line. Not much margin for error anymore. Down to 2 life. Kelvin Law at 15. And it really looks a little lopsided here. But again, I want to remind everybody that Kelvin Law sent 40, a big pack of 40 towards Viet Fam.
Oh, this is unbelievable, that turn. Viet wasn't able to block any of that damage, and he wasn't able to make an attack on his own turn. All he did was Arsenal and pass.
That is not what you want to see. All right, so Heart of Final pitching away. You don't have you've never been at a life deficit here, Kelvin. Don't even worry about it. So gonna pitch to play. Is that a disable? Yes, disable 7 attack. Now the crush effect here would go ahead and toss away that Arsenal, but Viet Fam comes in with defense first. Like the 2001 New Jersey Devils. There's the hockey reference. We got it. Defense first.
Everyone knows the 2001 New Jersey Devils.
You're from Jersey. You should have made this reference.
I'll take care of it in the future.
Thank you.
So it's just the agreement here. You no longer need to make any hockey references.
No.
I'll take care of them.
You can't sneak that one in. All right. We're going to double trap this up. Go ahead and cover this up in full frailty trap as well as a take cover. So nothing through. Viet Fam really doesn't, like I said, doesn't have much margin for error here. He can take a little tickle before he falls, but unfortunately, at 2, he's got some work to be done. There's that nourishing emptiness once more.
It took a while for us to get there.
Still a lot of equipment to lean on. Like, you got to feel like you're banging your head against the brick wall here, which is, frankly, the hero that he's up against. The Kelvin Law is not even breaking a sweat. He can just toss a card in front, which he does, but hey, why not? We're going to go ahead and block all of it. Paying over the top here with a blue staunch response.
Yeah, he had a hand that wasn't that effective for the turn. And he's just going to keep sitting on the D-react in his arsenal saying that this is my safety net. This is how I make sure nothing goes too awry in this game. And I'm fine with just hammering you. They're getting pretty close to the end game here. And I think Kelvin's in a definitely a favorable position where he can play a little more conservative and not take any chances.
Viet Fam holding a pair of come to fights. So kind of seeing what the mission statement here, which was probably just to pump up that nourishing emptiness multiple times, right? Unfortunately here, like you said, Riptide left his weapon at the airport, so he can't really do much but kind of watch at this rate. So
it was on the gondola?
It was on the gondola, yes. There they are. Pair of come to fights going over the top here. I think he's worried about maybe like the blue pummel.
It's possible, but also if he can't use these cards, he's better just blocking with them anyway. He's only at 2 health. You don't want to let any damage leak at this point in the game.
Look how thin that deck is here. Now he is going to shuffle the 2 come to fights as well as the nourishing emptiness here with that remembrance. So it got shuffled around, so there's no guarantee you'll find it in the right recipe when you pick it up. So, but we're seeing it with the thinning out of the deck, you will eventually get there. The problem is, does Viet Fam have enough, runway to sort of land this thing if he gets there? Because he's at 2 health, and Kelvin Law has never really felt so much as has his feelings hurt in this game. So it's not even close. It's a big one. This is Spinal Crush.
And there is a blue pummel, so that's definitely worth noting as we go through this game.
It exists. It's out there. Spinal Crush is nasty. Now, and frankly, you're not worrying about the crush effect. Crush effect right now is you can go and have one of those sausage rolls. Like, the game is over at that rate. In this case, the 9 damage is just pure. It's just pure volume at this point.
And I think that's the most important thing, is just keep presenting these big attacks, and you're going to fatigue Viet in 2 or 3 turns here.
Throwing a trap in front. There is float. Yeah, he did pitch 7 for the 5. Can't catch the, yeah, so there was some change provided there, little resources, but yeah, still alive, no problem here. But again, at this rate, Kelvin is just thinking, if I just continue to lay down the pressure, Craig, I think it's just a matter of time at that rate, as he's going to be drawing up another remembrance. That's a no block card. That could be dangerous, but you want to go ahead and find that nourishing emptiness. Hopefully at this rate, just pair it up with those 2 come to fights would be really awesome.
And I think you're also, if you're in Betsy seat here, you're just terrified of that blue pummel coming back around again.
This time it is a disable 7 attack. Saw this one a couple turns ago. Again, it's not about the on hits. It's just about getting it through, getting cards out of Viet Fam's hand, getting you closer to that end game where eventually you're just out. Now, a little shade under 9 minutes left in this round. Again, this is Underdog Blitz. Underdog Blitz is a unique format, Craig.
So Kelvin left 2 floating here. He didn't use his chess piece. What do you think?
I think that I would love to be in Kelvin's seat right now.
Sure. You're basically telling your opponent you have to overblock this, right? The only upside here is if you show up with a deck that's all D-reacts, you can let them play this pummel and then put some more defense in front of it.
Now, keep in mind, you do have that remembrance in hand for Viet Fam. So you have a no block card, and we're going to go ahead and toss. There's that nourishing emptiness.
Oh.
So I think if you're Kelvin, you're thinking, okay, that's feels good to see that come in.
Yeah, tough spot to be in.
That's Spike Pit Trap. So you're blocking 6 of this, and there's the pummel over the top. But again, if anybody's got something up their sleeve, it is Riptide, but no dice. Incredible.
Kelvin Law, the driver's seat the whole game, just 10 after 10 after 10 after 10, and then you can see how bad it is for Viet in the late game.
It was certainly a tough go here for Viet Fam. You got to give him credit for the uniqueness and the ingenuity of the kind of play that he had here. But congratulations to Kelvin Law, our first winner of the Celebrational here in Queenstown.
The winner of the Celebrational.
I didn't say that. Did you jump the gun already?
I'm just excited.
Do you want to go do the luge now? Is that what you want to do? Yeah, well, okay. So there it is. So Kelvin Law wins the first round of Underdog Blitz here in Queenstown. Again, the Celebrational, multiple formats through this week and this whole event here through Friday. And ultimately, not only do we have Underdog Blitz today, but we have another set of formats going on today as well.
Yeah, we're going to see a bunch of the new cards.
We are. We definitely are. I have my spoiler card, which is right here. I'm going to be releasing that a little bit later. But again, so the first rounds 1 to 4 are going to be Underdog Blitz again. Blitz with heroes that have under 100 living legend points.
Living legend points, yep.
And after that, Craig, we're going to be seeing 3 rounds of the Precon decks.
Yep. Each competitor will be given a deck at random and play 3 rounds with it. So I think that this is super interesting. What better way to preview the new set than having some of the top players in the world, the top personalities, the content creators, the cosplayers play with these cards on camera for us.
And what's fascinating about this as well is that a lot of them are like, they came up to me, like Brody and such, they're like, do we get to see the cards in there beforehand? I'm like, first of all, they don't let me.
You're not the one deciding that?
Yeah, I don't get to I don't even get to decide what I eat, let alone what they can do. So that's not part of it. But I was like, I kind of think it's cooler if they don't get to know what's in there, that you just unsleeve and rock and roll. I think that's kind of the best way to do it.
Sure, you look through your own deck, obviously, but you don't know what's coming from the other side.
Sure, yeah. If you want to be a real badass, you don't even look at your own cards.
Wow.
Yeah, have you ever gone all in blind? That's the kind of cojones you need in this tournament, baby.
No, that is not the kind of cojones you need in this tournament.
That's why we're not in it. Hey. All right. So, we got another round of Underdog Blitz around the corner. Are we taking a break? Is that how this goes? Or are we just going to rock and roll? So, we got the crowd here. What is it? Why does they always say woo? Like, that's the first thing. Why don't they say, like, hey, how are you? Or something, like, engage in conversation.
I don't think it's supposed to break into a dialogue with the crowd.
I don't know how it goes.
That's how it works.
Crowd work is not the best thing. It's like murder in comedy. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to take a quick 2-minute break. We're going to be back with more Underdog Blitz. Craig Krempel's Flake will be right back. Don't go too far. One round is in the books, Craig, as Underdog Blitz. A very cool format is what we're up against here for the first four rounds, rather, of the Celebrational here in Queenstown.
Yeah, I mean, pretty polarizing matchup for round one. But, more rounds to play. It's a long event, a couple more days. No one's out of it yet. No one's won it yet. So, a lot more cards to be played. I
don't think anyone's going to like X2 drop out of this one.
No.
This is definitely not what we're looking at here. It's a different flavor of tournament as we have another round. It's going to be Mara Faris versus Jason Lai, I believe it is.
Okay, yeah.
So it's going to be Mara, the Empress of Volko herself.
Yes.
What is she going to be playing? That is the unique element here. Is it going to be an illusionist? Is she going to go down the draconic route? Because she can't do both.
Nope, can't do both.
Can't do both. What do we got? That's what we've got going on here. Again, we've got Savage Feats who are pushing all the buttons and bringing you this presentation. Again, Queenstown, gorgeous town. Gorgeous, gorgeous town. The Queen made the right decision.
She knew what she was doing.
Yeah, she chose right here. The crystal clear waters are beautiful, especially when you're not going 100 kilometers an hour on them.
So, revisiting round one real quick, how did our competitors end up at this event?
So the competitors got to the event based on various different sort of metrics. Now, some of them were, for example, in your particular region, you just have the most XP. You've just accumulated the most experience points through various armories, etc. We have content creators who have just been there from the get-go, who have been pushing the culture and really uplifting the community over so long here. And some of them, like Mara Faris, it's just Mara. You don't argue with the Empress.
Well, it's funny, Matt. Mara is here under the Altarist title, but she is also one of the top players in the game.
Yeah, we can't forget about that. I mean, Blackwing Studios, which is Mara Faris, she is the only altar that I have ever invested in, and she did a really gorgeous set piece for me of Katsu and the Kadachis. I've got a Luke Skywalker with 2 different lightsabers, which is beautiful. But beyond that, she was the finalist, was a runner-up at Pro Tour Baltimore. She has like this tome of how to play Dromai that continues to grow. She is one of the best players in the world. And arguably, Aaron Chance, Mara Faris, when it comes to Dromai, both of them play the hero in different styles. When it comes to how Mara Faris plays Dromai, she wrote the book on it, and almost practically literally.
Yeah, it's not a strategy guide so much as it is a doctoral thesis.
That's correct. It is a way of life.
Yeah.
Anyways, all right. So that is what we got going on. She is going to be playing Phi.
Love it.
Hey, you're going down the draconic route, so there's going to be a lot of cards that you're familiar with for her. You're probably going to see things like Blaze Headlong, and you're probably going to see some Phoenix Flames. And she is going to be up against Prism. So she's going to be up against Illusionist. So we still get Draconic Illusionist, so she's kind of in a comfort zone still.
Sure, this is going to be a super interesting matchup because Phi is able to make so many attacks every turn. It can easily clean up some of these auras that sit on the board. But the flip side of that is you don't have big attacks in your deck. So if they just come up with a Herald strategy, you're not going to be able to pop the Phantasm on those attacks.
Yeah, that's going to be absolutely nasty, and you're right. Because oftentimes when you're going so wide but keeping it low to the ground, you can go kind of face, close it up by getting rid of something like a haze bending or something like that, and get rid of those pesky shimmers of silver, whatever is just sort of living on the board and causing you problems. Not only that, there is also some of those heralds that are out there that provide ward 4. And now ward is a keyword where whether you're doing 1 damage or 100 damage, you're popping it either way. Yep. So you can kind of be sneaky and create some very uncomfortable blocking scenarios by just throwing in a 1-attack Phoenix Flame and say, are you going to commit a card to block this, or are you giving up the ward 4?
Yeah, the Phoenix Flame is such an interesting card in this matchup because even attacking for 0 will clean up an aura that's on the board.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Especially they have Spectra, right? Yep. So you can just go after them and get rid of them. So we did also get word from space. Yeah, that's right. That LSS has actually fielded their own team.
Okay.
in this event. Can you believe it? So again, like everybody who came into the tournament who was invited and is here to compete, LSS is kind of putting up their own crew of ringers here.
They're sending the devs in to take down the field.
They are sending in the devs who are here to sort of maybe smack some reality down on these upstarts who are like, I'm gonna put on a show at the Celebrational.
And we were not told that this was going to happen.
Correct. That actually just came through the earpiece about 37 seconds ago. So it is fascinating to us to know that it's not just one or two. They are fielding a team of ringers, like that Simpsons episode where Mr. Burns brings in all those MLB players of the softball team. That is exactly what James White has done. All right, so we have Prism versus Phi. It is Mara Faris versus Jason Lai, and there's the Numenaris. All right, starting off with a Herald. So going with the Herald package, pitching the Herald of the Wartune Herald to throw in a Herald of Ravages, I believe that is.
Yep, this is a big 7. And
Triumph, sorry. Herald of Triumph.
The Phi deck does have a lot of 2 blocks in it. So it will be difficult to cover some of these big attacks.
Like these are massive, and the benefit here is we're talking about in round 1 about a little bit of a mismatch in terms of the attacks you're sending versus the defensive capabilities. In this case, I'd be surprised in terms of Mara Ferris packing, more than 1 or 2 6s in this list. You're probably going to see Command and Conquer or something which she has right now.
There in the grip.
But what does she have beyond that?
Yeah, and that's just it. The question is, do I want to use this card right now on turn 0 effectively when I could just be blocking with other cards in my hand and preserve one of my few poppers?
So this is going to be a unique matchup here because a lot of the discussion from LSS themselves is that people haven't cracked the nut that is Prism, Advent of Thorns. Like they haven't figured out necessarily the sheer...
Did you say Advent of Thorns?
Sorry, what did I say wrong?
Thorns? Thrones.
It could be Thorns.
It could be, but it is not.
All right, well, chalk that up for me on that one.
It's okay.
Well,
it'll come back around to me. That's for sure.
I'm going to get you, Craig Krempels. So yeah, again, that is a big discussion. And again, we've spoken to it with Chris Gehring on my podcast. I spoke to him and Brian multiple times regarding that particular hero. And they said they're like, we don't know, like we're not going to give it to you.
Yeah.
What is it going to take for you guys to see the sheer capability?
It's not easy, but the power is there, and we've figured it out. The boys in the back know what they're doing.
Correct. Now, we do have a little bit of a technical difficulty. Again, one of those sheep that we saw in the gondola chewed through a wire. We're going to figure it out, though. Don't worry about it. Again, that matchup is going to get back as soon as possible. Maybe it was this guy's fault. This is Newman.
He's ravenous.
He is. What's that? Yes, Mara Faris is insufferable. I completely agree. Maybe we should talk a little bit about Tristan, our good friend Tristan.
Tristan is great, and definitely give the story on Tristan.
All right, so here's the deal. We are staying at a hotel, right? And it's a beautiful place here in Queenstown. Yesterday, we had some time in the afternoon to relax, and one of the lovely staff at the hotel who was there, serving drinks and bringing food and whatnot, we found out that this was a Flesh and Blood player. Tristan, if you're listening, what's up? You're probably working because we're going to get to that part of the story. But Tristan wanted to play in the Calling, which is occurring in Queenstown this weekend. And he said, I gave in my request for time off, but it was rejected because of you guys staying at this hotel.
The hotel's so busy.
Correct. The hotel is full of Flesh and Blood people, and LSS people. So he said that I could not get the time off because the hotel was just like jam-packed. So I had to work and therefore could not go to the Calling, which I now know why, because you guys are here. So Tristan, we love you, buddy.
Yeah. Can you imagine you're a fan of the game, you want to play in this big event, it's coming literally as close as it could ever be to you.
Yes.
And you're a fan of probably a lot of the people playing in the event. You get to go and potentially get paired against them, shake their hands, see them. The whole LSS team is here. You're working.
Yeah.
All weekend.
Serving us doofuses.
Yes.
That's the problem. And we felt so bad. We're gonna set him up with some cool goodies. But
Little care package.
yeah, he did give a bunch of us this. This is the sheep. This is that was from the hotel. They're like, we give these out to children, and then he handed one out to me. So.
Yeah, it is funny that he clarified that so specifically as he handed them to us.
Yes, these are for children, and then he's like, and I was like, and I'm like, yeah. So Newman the sheep is gonna hang out with us throughout the stream, just to remind us that Tristan's a good dude.
Sure,
but he's not here. Sorry. So hey, I just found out here that, like I said, that the audience is here. So why don't we just take a quick look at who's out there just watching us? Some of them are out there. We didn't see. Where's Brian? Brian?
Yeah, he's there.
There he is. Yeah. Hi, Brian. All right. So yeah, there we go. I wish I had a telestrator right now to put a big circle of send all the hate mail here, ladies and gentlemen. He loves it.
Just tweet at him. He loves a good tweet.
Brian G. Fab. At Brian G. Fab. I was told he would check it once this year. So that's good news for all of you. Yeah.
just the circular file, as it were.
Yeah. Just like, oh, cool. Delete. No, Brian's a good dude.
So, Viet fam. Here because?
Well, here because, again, one of from the region where he's from has just been an absolute terror in terms of playing the game.
XP leader.
In
Europe.
In Europe, yes. So, and the other fun fact about Viet Fam is he had one of the coolest stories coming out of Worlds in San Jose. And again, I just want to remind you, we're working through the technical difficulties. It's not just us wanting to chat. So, you know what? All right, let's do it. Let's go back to the game. We'll tell you the Viet Fam story later. How about that? So I think that they're getting back to business over there, and we've sorted things out.
Don't make promises you can't deliver on.
That's what Craig said. There we go.
We're in.
All right, so not much has necessarily changed. We did see a bunch of cards tossed in front of that Herald. Now, what you need to know is that Herald of Triumph says if you're putting a card in front of it, it gets -1 attack. So the popability of the Command and Conquer was offline there. That's why you see a myriad of cards in front of it.
And this is a spectacular first turn for Jason.
Absolutely. I mean, just think of what you're peeling away from Mara Ferris. You got the Shuko, and you got a popper that did not have any effect out of the hand. So Jason's got to feel really good about that first turn.
Well, and you're leaking damage. You're going to get one of these awesome auras. You're going to be able to arsenal a card. Like this is everything. Again,
Mara Ferris here without the comfort zone that is Dromai has to lean on the other Draconic hero, which is Phi here.
I mean, this is an unbelievable start of the game. Multiple cards in the soul. Another Figment. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, Jason Lai is just playing with house money now. I mean, this is an incredible start to the game here. Peeling through equipment, cards, leaking damage, loading up on the soul, a Figment, a Ponder, and a Partridge in a Pear Tree, Craig. This is incredible.
And is Mara really at 8 already?
She is, and the demeanor. This is where she kind of gets into kill mode, though. I mean, she is a true vicious competitor. Confidence not lacking, I can say that. I know that we kind of joke around about how, she's one of the most confident players, but she backs it up.
Oh yes. I would have pegged Phi as a small favorite in this matchup.
But we talked about that, right? Yeah.
After this start, though, it's going to be very interesting to see if Mara can drag her way out of this deep, deep hole.
Just gotta, in these situations, though, I mean, you can't look at it macroscopically. You've got to kind of tone it down and just zoom in and say, all right, one turn at a time, play to your outs, as it were, and you have to just not get rattled by this. If you're already giving up at this juncture, and I know it looks dire, you're at 1. Mara Ferris hasn't even, punched the time clock yet, and she's just already coming in at 1.
No armor on the board anymore. Just unbelievable first turn to this game.
Well, if you're going to kick it off, Tome of Imperial Flame is a good way to start off, Craig.
Well, and this is pretty expected at this point, right? Anytime you see the opponent just taking all of this damage on the very first turn, it's got to be a handful of no blocks.
Here we go. So if you're going to get working here, now the beauty of this is that Jason Lai can kind of look at this. If he's got a hand that can do some work, he can just laugh this off and just kind of brush it off if necessary. You got the protection of some of the ward up there. If necessary, you could be very careful and very calculated how you want to do it. There is a Merciless Retribution in hand. Again, these are cards that I am so glad I get to call again. I loved playing Prism back in the day.
Oh, no.
What?
No.
What?
These cards are like... Ugh.
They block for nothing, Craig. What's wrong?
Ugh.
They're amazing. I love it. Going to the Dalen Mack School of Prism. Oh, here's a cash-in. So we're going to draw some cards over here, again, with some floating resources as well.
Yeah, and if you're going to have a terrible first turn, like this is what you need to follow it up with, where you're drawing extra cards, you've got all these resources, and you come back and punch them just as hard as they just punched you. You
have to get some of the work done, and here's another way to card.
Ooh, I like this.
Yeah, and again, with the floating resources from the tome, you're kind of getting this for, relatively free, I say. You don't have to commit a card to pitch to this. The question is are you going to banish and draw? What is the story here for Mara Ferris? You're playing 5, so the go again is probably going to be built into most of your attacks here.
Yeah, this will definitely be a buff the attacks and draw 2 situation, unless Mara's hand is just a complete disaster.
That is the most common, typically with the Art of War and the Forgotten Child, which is the block from a card from Arsenal.
Yep.
Yeah, that has gooned me once or twice.
Well, that's the Desperation Hail Mary play.
Yeah, well... I made the highlight reel. I made the blooper reel at the end of a year because I got killed on one of those. Here's Brand with Cinderclaw, though. Again, getting the little pat on the back from Art of War.
Oh, we're going to use it to clean up, some of these angels, some of these figments that have transformed.
That's fine. There's a Ravenous Ramble revealing one of those altered Enlightened Strikes. So this is going to be 5 go again, plus the +1 from Art of War.
And like you said, Jason is pretty willing to just take some of this damage and preserve his hand because Mara's at 1.
The damage coming through, feeling like thorns, perhaps.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely thorns.
All right, we're not done yet. This is, like you said, this is the kind of attack pattern that you got to respond with. 6 on top of this one. I believe that's Mounting Anger.
Mm-hmm.
And here it is. Let's just throw out the Merciless Retribution to go ahead.
Finish the game.
What a sneaky play. Again, that was in the hand. No, again, how did this happen?
How did this happen? They played 1 turn. Flake, what is going on here?
Well, Craig, it all started...
This is not okay. I need someone from LSS to talk to me about this nonsense.
You can't. They're all playing in this tournament.
They're just out there winning on turn 1.
Beating the crap out of Mara Ferris, apparently. Well, here's Jason Lai on Prism, gets the job done. An incredible first turn that really set the tone and just eventually just squeezed. And Mara had a very good comeback, but ultimately it just kind of stopped at the end there. What is he talking about?
So Brian Gottlieb just walked up to me and took an absolute victory lap saying how broken Prism is, and we're all donkeys because we haven't figured it out. And I mean, to be fair, that was some Harlem Globetrotters play right there, where it was just the ball was getting bounced off of like Mara's head and just in between the legs and like multiple dunks, and it was ridiculous.
No, Jason Lai went to the hoop with a ladder. It seemed that easy at that point. It was unreal. But yeah, no, again, I saw him walking down. I'm like, I know where this is going.
It's just the victory lap.
Yeah, so a little dust off the shoulder here. But I think we're going to get Brian in the booth at some point this week, right?
And yes. Oh, 100%. We'll have him talking about some of the new cards. We're going to get his insights about Prism, Advent of Thorns, as it were.
Felt like it. Let's be real. I mean, it poked, it prodded, and it did some damage. It was uncomfortable, to say the least.
Oh, like, this is not okay. What we just witnessed is not okay.
No. And it was on camera. Mara? Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Let's tell you about that Viet fam story real quick.
Okay,
Who opened the broadcast here with taking with a very unique and innovative Riptide list that pretty much just ran it back with Nourishing Empties. Now again, Viet fam was from Europe. Top XP from Europe was playing in Worlds 2022 in San Jose. Shows up ready to rock and roll. has his car broken into, has his personal belongings stolen, including all of his cards.
Yep.
Now, keep in mind, this is like the day before, this was like the Wednesday. So first rounds are on Thursday, and he is now scrambling because he has no cards to play with.
Yeah, you got to find 80 cards, right?
Yeah. Fires off a flare, SOS, I need help, who can come out and rescue me? Everybody's just kind of scrounging through their collection and coming together. Again, we're talking about community, we're talking about celebrational. That's what we're celebrating is the community, and that's what came together here because everybody was kind of reaching into the Barney bag and saying, yep, I got this for you, cobbles it together, does a little victory lap around the venue to all the different vendors to get at least as close to that final list as possible, and I believe finishes the tournament as the top seed. I think it was. It could have, yeah,
Through the Swiss rounds. Yep.
Through the Swiss rounds, finishes the tournament as the top seed. An absolute legend move.
Yeah, my car gets broken into, all my things are stolen. Booking the first flight home.
Yeah,
like that's just the.
You know what my strategy is for like car theft stuff is I just park next to a nicer car.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, they can't rob two cars.
Well, they'll be there like 06 Corolla or anything else. Like that's usually the debate that they have. Yeah. So, but yeah, Viet fam again, not just an XP, but just managed to stay resilient in that case and fight through for a top seed at the 2022 Worlds. So here we are again, celebrational in Queenstown, New Zealand. Craig Krempel's Flake, and it has been one hell of a start to the tournament.
Love it. Love it. 4 different heroes so far. Exciting matches. If you're into one turn.
Well, I mean, I've seen games like that. I mean, if you have ever played against Rhinar and Blitz and they like start the game with a big dumb grin on their face, they're just like, and you just know, you just put your cards down. I'm like, I'll just pre-intimidate the whole thing and you can just send it. But yeah, and how do you feel about this new format, this Underdog Blitz format?
Oh, I think it's super fun to explore more of the heroes, more of the space. We see some more, kind of fringe strategies like the Riptide in round 1, where you're definitely trying to do something that's unorthodox and we haven't seen a lot on camera before. But Yoji just shows up with this absolute fridge of armor suit, all this stuff. I love it.
So I think we're going to take a quick break, I believe, as the other team might be getting ready to go here. I have a bowling pin of water. This is pretty cool. So I don't know to drink it or juggle it on the street outside.
That looks like an E-pot.
It is. This does look like an E-pot.
Yeah.
Just to fill the mana bar with this thing. But yeah, it's been a great time now. So I think we're going to take a brief break, Craig. And we'll be right back. We got another round of Underdog Blitz here at the Celebrational in Queenstown. Don't go too far. We'll be right back. Oh, hi. What a great shot that was of just how high we are. That came out wrong.
Wow.
Yeah, that came out so wrong. Just how
Wow.
elevated we are up here in the mountains.
You are just a wizard with words.
Definitely, absolutely. A wordsmith, even, you might say. But yeah, that's a great view that many got to see, except for me. My eyes were closed. Heights are not my thing. But there it is again. So the players don't only have the game in front of them, but they have to sort of compete with the distraction that is that gorgeous view of Queenstown.
Absolutely gorgeous.
It's beautiful. What do we got up next?
So we're going to see Stephen Koukas, better known as DMArmada.
Never heard of him.
Never heard of him.
Not even a little bit.
Here is one of our content creators.
Go on.
He has made, I believe, 3 videos.
Total,
Lifetime.
Wow, that's impressive. I think I was in 3 of his videos.
Wow, you are in 100% of his videos.
Perfect. Now I know why he's not successful. No,
amazing.
It is DMArmada. He is sometimes the peanut butter that is to my jelly. He is a good dude. Again, who's going to be playing. He doesn't get access to Wizard, and everybody knows him as being the Wizard guy.
But he also likes exploring. I every time I watch one of his videos, it just seems like he's brewing something, trying to do the most unfair thing possible.
He has a very keen mind for kind of just, connecting 2 or 3 cards together to do some funky stuff. And that's what he's going to be bringing. He's going to be on Prism this time.
And the question is, do we get more than one turn?
Yes.
This round.
Is he going to Jason lie them, or is he going to actually give our good friend Heiner Michaels of White Rabbit in Germany playing Kayo? Is he going to give him an opportunity to roll the dice even?
Yeah, and Kayo's in a much better spot here, where it's going to just be filled with a bunch of poppers for the phantasm effects.
Everything.
So, this is a completely different situation from what we saw last round.
Well, I'm very intrigued to see how this one goes. Again, we're going to see a lot of dice rolling here, but not only that, wait till you see how Heiner showed up to this party.
Oh, it's awesome.
It is definitely awesome. Again, this is round number 3 of Underdog Blitz. Look at him. Have you ever seen a brute? So he's just thinking right now, oh my God, yes. If only they had dental in Germany. Look at him. Oh my. But yeah, White Rabbit again, over I think probably over 200 now armories that they've put on.
That's amazing.
Incredible. They are just pumping it out there and just absolute champions of the community. And there it is, starting off with a pulping. This is a red pulping again. You can draw, discard. If discarded gets dominated, if it hits, it gets go again. So DMArmada's got to think. He's looking at him. He's like, that one. Very deliberately. Now, you're right about this, Craig. Again, DMArmada, who has been producing YouTube content for Flesh and Blood since 2019. He has been such a champion of the community here. And again, if there's anyone who's a showman, it's Stephen Koukas.
Sure. And we're rolling dice.
What is that? Oh!
So we're going to roll again already.
Yeah, going to the casino, busting out the gambler's glass. Oh! The crowd here is loving.
Yeah, just living and dying by every die roll.
Yeah, they are loving Craig big time. All right, so it's a 3.
I don't think it's going to go again.
It's likely not going to, because you're just going to toss a herald in front of it and block it entirely here. Ultimately, though, we're going to see a lot of dice roll, and we're going to see a lot of oohs and ahs from the crowd, which is just brilliant to hear.
Just a couple of showmen, these two.
You think Kayo is Kayo a table flipper?
It's 100%.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Win or lose.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
He's like, good game. Wow.
Yeah. Take this.
Okay, so Stephen looking kind of sheepish, and that isn't a Newman joke.
No, yeah, that's not a local New Zealand reference.
No. So we're coming to the Romping Club now. Kayo is a very feast or famine type of hero. So tell us a little bit more about our good friend Kayo.
So Kayo, every time you make an attack that's 6 or more. Is that correct? It's only the 6 or more attacks?
Well, you're rolling dice either way, I think, and it's one of those where, a 6 or more attack.
6 or more attack, you're going to roll a die. On 5 and 6, you're doubling it. On 1 through 4, you're halving it. So it's pretty high variance, but when you land a couple of rolls in a row, the game's just over.
Yeah, because some of those 6s become 12s. Everybody's complaining, like, when is Brute going to get another 6 attack, blue pitch, block 3? Well, how about a 12? Let's just roll the dice and, do it yourself. You can figure it out. All right, so here's Kayo again, getting some of the work done. And DMArmada at 16. If one of those 6s or 7s gets doubled up, that is a big chunk of your life total.
Yes, yeah, starting at such a big deficit to begin with, yeah, a 12 spot is not something you can look at lightly.
But hey, hold on now. He has a spectral shield, so he's got to feel a little bit more confident there. We're going to toss the boots and the chess piece in front of here. Again, he's thinking about the flush bag.
Okay, this is a pretty aggressive block.
Not wanting to deal with this Herald of Triumph. So, going to go ahead and intimidate a card out of the hand. It does manage to hit, though, because I think it's a block of 6 here.
I believe we're at 5. So it is a little interesting that he's going to let some of this damage leak through. DMArmada is going to be able to search out one of these Figments, and then we'll see what this last card in his hand is. Does he want to flip a Figment now? Does he want to arsenal a card?
And Steven was kind of just mulling over which one he wants to pick up here. It wasn't an instant thought. He's still kind of deep in thought here.
Yeah, a lot of times if you're not sure, you just get the one that makes another Spectral Shield token.
Protection. I mean, you got to sort of stay alive at the end of the day, especially against this ravenous onslaught that Kayo can bring.
Well, and your opponent they let the damage leak through, right? That's a pretty big sign that they're planning on having a really big turn. So you're staring at an opponent's hand, 4 cards in their hand, 1 in their arsenal. They're ready to just KO the heck out of you.
So it is a Figment of Protection when it enters the arena, create a Spectral Shield token. So again, a little bit more insulation, a little more cushion for that KO pushing, as it's going to be more of the dice rolls, as Heiner here is looking for some of those home runs. Haven't found the 5 or 6 on the dice roll yet, but you best believe we're going to hear a little minor eruption in the crowd here once that 5 or 6 shows up.
Oh yeah, I'm expecting some big turns.
2 Spectral Shields and the Figment of Protection on the back end here. Good, back in the day, those Spectral Shields with old school Prism were so good to sort of cover up those breakpoints of 7 or 4. They were really just on the board. It was such a good feeling when you can cover up a 4 attack with a 3 and just let the Spectral Shield sort of fizzle out and soak it up here.
Yeah, but not a lot of 4 attacks now, right? We're going to be looking at some 12s or some 3s.
I mean, he could roll on a swing big and half it to 4.
That's fair.
I see all realities. I'm like Doctor Strange.
That is something that I was saying just the other day.
Were you?
You are just like Doctor Strange.
Yeah, but you didn't say the doctor part. All right, so Heiner here. This is KO before the caffeine kicks in. He's going to start going full Berserker Rage mode at some point.
And yeah, and I think DMArmada is saying, like, listen, if you're not blocking with any cards, I'm going to do as much as I can this turn. And so he goes and he does flip the Figment. It's going to have Ward 4. He's got the 2 Spectral Shields with Ward 1 each. So, there's a pretty good insulation, as it were.
So this is the Aegis Archangel of Protection, which can also be part of the attack. Here it comes. Get ready.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a push, right? No big deal.
They're just kind of like, meh. We're waiting for the big 6, Joe. We want to roll 6s. That's what we do.
That's fair.
Yeah, so Scabbies didn't really get it all done here. High roller. Intimidate. Now, Steven does like I do, which is I don't even look at the card that gets intimidated. I want the bad news when it matters.
Sure.
Yeah. Another dice roll. Survey says, oh.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Bad beats indeed, Heiner. You know what another thing is that Good buddy of ours, Derek also like a charmer, mentioned that he as the cards were being spoiled the past few days, he said that this set has some of the best named cards.
Sure, yeah.
And I mean, even rolling it backwards here, cards like Bad Beats, they're so thematic for not just the heroes and what they're meant to do, but like the feeling that they kind of resides inside your soul when that happens.
Yeah, it just adds to the experience, right?
Pack Hunt, just a free intimidate off this one. So again, DMArmada is getting a lot of the blockability here just peeled out of the hand.
Yeah, but he is sitting on all of that ward.
Oh, here we go.
Big roll. Big roll.
Oh!
Oh, Heiner, what are we doing?
He's yeah. Heiner's looking at the gondola. He's looking at the gondola and thinking that might be less painful right now.
Sure.
Just to yeet off out of the window, because this has been not the dice you want. These are not the dice you were looking for. Pack Hunt here, looking to get blocked. Those full arts, those are the non-foil full arts, the non-promos that came in Dusk Till Dawn. They were kind of just sort of seeded into those boxes. Those were really extra bonus juice out of those boxes, which is really nice. Have we figured out how many of those sketch cards from Dusk Till Dawn have made it out into the ether? Does anyone know? It's 10 total, 9? 9 so far out of the 20. So there's still a solid 11 that are swimming out there.
Wow.
That we know of.
Yeah, that's got to be
open those Dusk Till Dawn boxes.
Yeah, pretty big lottery ticket to hit, right?
Those are probably some of the hottest to pull out of there. So here's Wartune Herald. It's a 7 attack on hit, go to Soul. Costs you 1. It does have Phantasm, but we're going to go ahead and use the boots.
Yeah, well, I think he blocked with a 6 attack, so the Phantasm is just going to pop it, and DMArmada is going to get his action point back with the Phantasmal Footsteps.
So that, Phantasmal Footsteps, again, this is kind of shades of metas from, about a year and a half ago or so, and where that's kind of what it was. The Phantasmal Footsteps were there to rescue your turn once you kind of got blown up there by what was probably a Starvo attack. Let's just be real.
Yes. Lots of Starvo attacks back in the day.
Lots and lots of Starvo attacks. It's kind of when you're playing, like, again, for the benefit of entertainment, everybody's disappointed that these dice rolls have been a little bit paltry, right? They've been a little thin. But if you're Steven, if you're DMArmada, you're just kind of thinking, thank the stars for this. Like,
of course.
Thank goodness that this has happened this way, because at least if you're going to roll a 6, let's have a few turns first.
But you still have to feel like, if Heiner's next turn is multiple action points and you hit on 2 attacks to go from 6 to 12, and now he's preventing 24, the game's just swung completely back into his favor.
Herald of Protection red on hit, create a Spectral Shield and go to Soul. High value target from Monarch Draft. I loved finding this in packs past me. I just kind of forced Prism every time. I was a coward.
All right, and it looks like Heiner's taking some damage here.
It's going down. And again, you're looking at DMArmada's life total at 16, and you're like, all right, we got some work done. No, she starts at 16, Craig.
Starts at 16, and not only, she's above 16, essentially, with all these Spectral Shields, the ward 4 on the Figment that's been flipped, and going to find another Figment now. Eesh.
Nasty business here. Steven doing his best to keep it entertaining. And again, Heiner coming in with the war paint on, but unfortunately hasn't found help from the dice. The dice are wicked, to quote Rod Flanders.
Okay.
They are wicked. So Figment of Erudition is the next up here. When enters the battlefield, create a Ponder token. Ponder kind of, it's not necessarily a draw effect to sort of affect the turn. You get it at the end of the turn, but it does sort of replenish the arsenal, which is what you want to have.
Yeah, absolutely. Just the extra card that ends up in your arsenal. I think if you're Prism, there's a lot of cards which you're happy just putting in the arsenal, whether it's just a big attack, whether it's one of your Figments, whether it's an aura, like almost anything you're good with putting there.
Heiner of White Rabbit, a big-time awesome LGS out in Germany. And I believe at the time of announcement of White Rabbit, they had 198 armories under their belt. How many yet now? How many? Yeah, so about 220 now.
Just doing the Lord's work there with the community.
Incredible, absolutely incredible. So over 220 approximately armories already at White Rabbit under the belt there. And so here we go. Let's go. Roll the dice.
I imagine we're opening with scabbies here.
Oh. We're getting close. We're getting closer.
No, and I think he's all right, picking up 2 action points. If he can present an attack and swing with his club.
I think at this rate, it's just merely a matter of we just want to see some 6s rolled.
Oh, yeah.
Oh. And it's that someone in the crowd said it directly what I was thinking, which was the teeth add to it. Like when he has that grin on his face,
yep.
It adds to the sadness. That is just a little like the trombone of like, wah, wah.
Well, I think it speaks to this event so well where it's such a good time.
Yeah.
Like you're rolling one over and over, but you can't be upset in this venue.
He's going to huck that dice into the lake, dude. That's what's going to happen. Here we go. Let Steven do it. Let Steven reveal it.
Oh man.
Dude, throw that dice into the volcanoes of Mordor. Like, let's just throw it into Mount Doom. That thing is cursed.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's one of those die with like only 1s and 2s all over it.
Steven, what we don't know about him, he's also a magician.
Yeah.
He's also doing some sleight of hand. Steven actually went to Hobbiton, probably brought with him that die.
Oh, that's what,
Yeah.
Brought back from Mordor.
From Mordor. Yeah, they destroyed the ring, but Sauron was like, this is going to be even more hilarious. All right, well, Heiner doing his best. All we can say here is, again, have you, right now you're looking at Heiner and you're thinking, okay, those portraits, those paintings of sad clowns?
Yes.
It's a sad brute. Like, that is kind of along the same line.
I mean, to be fair, he does not look sad to me.
That doesn't look sad to you?
I think the man's having a ball.
All right, no problem. I think he's just holding in the tears so his war paint doesn't fade.
Yeah, he doesn't want the streaks.
Yes. All right, well, another Herald, and again, the action point rescued by Phantasmal Footsteps, and coming in again with the little poke from the Spectral Shield. Thank you, Joshua Scott. Joshua Scott bringing us the deck lists.
Sure.
And on it, so here's Steven's and here's Heiner's. Again, Gambo's got a skull horn, a dice that only rolls once. It's all in here.
Yeah. He actually registered that die.
Yes. Exactly. Where have you seen this before? Is this bringing you back to some PTSD of old school Prism just tossing spectral shields at you like darts?
No, well, like you said, at the time I was playing a lot of Starvo. And it was just like, hey, fair's fair, right?
Yeah.
Like if we're both doing these ridiculous things every turn, like I can't complain about them when.
Yeah, I mean, if you were going, 9 dominates or like an 11 Oakenhold into a Frosty Hammer, you're not complaining.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, well, the Archangel of Protection is going to follow suit here. Heiner still can take this again. You have the leeway, but again, DMArmada at 16 hasn't even had a little poke or a prod by this point. I mean, the attempts have been made, Craig. Heiner has really tried his best here, but the dice have not behaved.
He's presented a lot of 3 attacks.
Yes, he has. Brutes, known for their 3 attacks.
Yep.
Without go again. The value.
Well, and it's funny, I want to say let's just keep it fair. But we're playing against Prism Advent of Thrones, right? Yes. This deck is just absolutely bonkers. We saw win with 1 turn last round, and it's doing all of that again. So let's see some 6s here.
I wish we can get a close up of the big dumb grin on Brian's face right now. I told you so. I told you so.
Yeah, but he's only been telling us for months, right?
Yeah, but he was wrong according to the internet. He was wrong according to the internet.
The internet is always right.
That's correct, yes. If you're loudest, you're rightest. That's how it... And there was some English mixed in there somewhere. So 5 Spectral Shields feels good if you're Steven, because again, even if you KO, even if you go over the top here, Stallone style, you can still go ahead and toss some cards in front of it and just cushion it with those Spectral Shields. So you've got a lot of options here. All right. Yeah, notice how he's not like rolling the dice to decide. He's like, yeah, the less you decide, the better. I mean, it's going to take one fat turn for Heiner to sort of get back in the driver's seat. If you can sort of double up on a fat attack, bust through those Spectral Shields, bust through some ward and everything else and just maybe clear the board, you can kind of come back on this. It's going to be very difficult, but I mean, you got to think Heiner's one of those, the worst thing you can say as like a card player or a gambler is we're due. And unfortunately for Heiner, that might be the wagon he's got to hitch to.
He might be due, but I also worry that the clock's just run out on him. There's not enough opportunities to keep rolling that die that has only 1s and 2s on it.
Yeah. Chip in a chair, they might say, but Heiner might take that chair to break the glass and jump out of the window at this point. All right, there is the Romping Club. And DMArmada's like, oh, are you still here?
Yeah. I mean, looking at Steven, he's got all of these threats already on the board. He's got almost a full grip. He's got a card in his arsenal. This is just the sweet spot you want to be in.
I mean, you got to give it to Heiner. He's still playing it. He's still in it to win it, as it were. And we're going to go ahead and toss a couple cards in front of this.
And I think Steven's saying, hey, like, we don't have to commit all of these cards to this block.
Yeah. Well, we've got the Barraging Beatdown. Yeah, we're just going to go ahead and...
Yeah, I like that block.
Pop and recover again with the footsteps, get the action point back, and unfortunately now it's just a little bit of the...
Can we do something about this Luminaris?
Death by 1,000 cuts.
Yeah. Oh, 100% here. Yep, that'll do it. Love it. Heiner, a great sport through all of it.
Incredible. And that's what you love to see here. And look, let's just try one more. Let's get him one more dice roll. He's going to get a 6 right now. We're going to see. Oh! That is hilarious.
Oh, man.
Heiner, just go ahead and, again, fire that thing directly into the sun. It is just so bad. So your winner is Steven Cookus, a.k.a. DMArmada. And taking out the, frankly, he beat Heiner, but really, sometimes you got to think that it was with a major first assist by the dice.
Yeah, I think this is one of those situations where the brute player beats themselves and the other player just has to go through the motions.
Hey, but that is the payoff, and you got to think again. There's a 33% chance that when you roll for KO, just KO, not even scab skins or anything, you are getting exceptional value. Yep. It takes maybe one turn. You're playing the odds at that point, and unfortunately for Heiner, he did his best, and he got gooned even before he was even able to sort of roll the dice off some of these attacks.
It's funny that Prism, this light hero, all good, and this is a hero that when you wander down a dark alley, it just freaking mugs you, right? Like you get punked so hard by Prism if you're not ready.
All right, so let's just recap this, okay? So round 2, Jason Lai just absolutely Jordan-style posterized Mara Faris in that first turn. Let's just be real here.
Did he take any damage that game?
I don't believe so. I could be wrong. Okay. Did Prism take damage in that first game? I don't think so, right? So perfect. No problem. Was it a little bit? All right. So it took a little tickle.
Maybe one attack.
This one, again, not even hurting her feelings. It wasn't even in the same stratosphere in that case. Prism showing that when it comes to Underdog Blitz, that's the way to go.
No damage in the second match.
Not even a tickle, my friend.
Yeah.
All right, so 3 rounds of Underdog Blitz are in the books here in Queenstown. This is the Celebrational. I've got Craig Krempels here. It's good to see you, buddy.
Listen, I don't know if you're aware.
If I'm aware of what? Well, hold on a second.
It's someone's birthday today.
It is.
It is, yeah.
It is. What? I think Al Capone has a birthday on January 17th.
Fantastic.
Here in New Zealand, it's January 17th. Jim Carrey, Andy Kaufman.
Okay. Just a bunch of big clowns like you.
All slightly more successful than me.
Yeah, and so you're turning 26?
Yes. Absolutely. With the conversion, absolutely. Yeah, no, it is my birthday today.
Yeah.
But
there it is.
now, yeah. This is the biggest birthday party I've ever had, frankly.
Wow.
Yeah, incredible.
You have some stories, huh?
Yeah, and just like the ones when I was younger, somebody else had to invite people for me, which is how it goes.
Oh, hey, it works.
Yeah, that is kind of how it goes. Now, like a standard Canadian birthday, I give the gifts to you. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a spoiler card, a pretty rad spoiler card. I'm going to give you a spoiler card. Now, it's my birthday, so it's going to be on my Twitter account. So if you go to @WatchFlake on Twitter, you can go ahead and see what this spoiler card is, and I will show it to you at the end of the broadcast if you don't want to go on socials, which I don't blame you for, but I will tweet this out during the break. I will tell you what that spoiler card is. But yes, it is my birthday, and if you
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Flake. Happy birthday to you.
I am honestly, and I'm going to say this from the bottom of my heart, I am moved and touched, and I do appreciate it. Birthdays are not easy for me, but this is the best one I think I've had in a very long time. And I appreciate you. I love you. I love you. And I love you. So thank you so much for being here to celebrate not just the game, but my freaking birthday. Oh, yeah. And if you ask Monica White, James's daughter, I am 85 years old. So that's what she told me I looked like last night. So you were there. It's on video.
That did happen.
Yeah. All right. So are we taking a short break here? I think so. Yeah, we're going to take a quick break here. I'm going to blow out the candles, and I will go ahead and tweet out my spoiler card.
I can't wait.
See you in a bit. Welcome back to another round of Underdog Blitz. And you made a good point in the break about who the true underdogs were.
Yeah. The LSS shows up with the ringers, and then the underdogs are the field that they gave us to watch.
They lure you into this small, secluded Queenstown and then just smack you back to reality as Prism, Advent of Thrones, has been quite the hot streak here, but we've got two other heroes that are going to be crushing it right now as, again, load up the dice one more time. I think we've got all the bad mojo out of it because we've got another Kayo player.
Yeah, we're going to find out, right? We're hoping. This is going to be Yui, the Japanese ambassador, who I would guess is responsible for, at this point, several thousand, maybe more than this, flesh and blood players.
The problem is that there's just so much of this now built up, whereas like everybody in the crowd was kind of saying like, yeah, it's cool to roll ones and it's kind of funny, and yeah, there's not really a whole lot on the line for this fun tournament and everything, but like, damn it, we want some fives and some sixes. We want to really hit a home run here.
Give us some sixes. I want to see an attack for 12, 14, 18. Like, I want to see someone get punched in the face.
Yeah. Yes. Well, if I keep running my mouth with you, Craig, I saw your eyes just light up at some point.
Yeah. You better hope there's some sixes rolled, because otherwise...
Sideways stiff arm and just, it's a happy birthday. It will be your last. That's what's going to happen here. But up against one hell of a player as well, and basically the benchmark of cosplay here in Flesh and Blood.
Absolutely the gold standard of cosplay. Has taken down almost every cosplay competition that we've had. Carolina.
Well, it got to the point where it's like, okay, you have all the tailors, like you've got some tailors, like you're just gonna win. So how about you just judge them now? Like it got to the point where it wasn't even fair. Again, Carolina Alvarado, who again sets, like you said, the gold standard for cosplay.
We living legend Carolina from cosplay.
That's perfectly fair. And in terms of not just execution, but innovation and creativity, she is the number one.
Yep.
Beauty. All right, well, that's what we got up next here. It's going to be another round, the final round of Underdog Blitz. Heroes that have 100 or less living legend points. We've got Yui on Kayo, and we have Carolina Alvarado on Dash Database.
Love this. We don't see a whole bunch of Dash, but it's one of those heroes that has the ability to just really punk you out of nowhere.
That is a good term to use. So let's take a look at the list here again. Thank you very much, Joshua Scott, Rules and Policy Manager Extraordinaire, sporting one hell of a beard, I gotta say.
Looking sharp.
Looking very sharp. Where are those? I'm trying to see. There it is. Boom grenade. That is what I'm looking for. And again, when you talk about punking your opponent, I want to sort of just dial this back to Worlds of this past year, where we were playing some bright lights and the just expertise of watching some of the players who were rolling dash and setting up those late game boom grenade overpower plays. And that was from draft. So that is not easy to execute. Here, this is more constructed. So we're going to see Carolina set up some of those really, those nifty late game plays that can be exceptionally explosive. But on the other side, talking about explosive, Yui is playing Kayo, and she's hoping that that seat has exercised all of those bad dice demons here, and she's going to be hoping for rolling high and rolling frequently.
And I like this armor suit from Carolina that we're looking at. It's potentially just a boatload of armor. Anytime you have items sitting around that are going to tick down and not have that requisite steam counter to stay around another turn, you could just cash them into the adaptive plating and block for 3. And she's got 2 of those.
All right, different story here for Yui. She's running the claws. She's going full McFoley with a pair of mandible claws here, but we're going to start with the Teklo core. 2 counters on it again. Good for just free resource generation.
And it looks like Carolina's just taking a bit of a setup turn. I guess nothing on top to play for free. We're going to get an item onto the board, get a bullet into our 6-shooter, as it were, arsenal a card, and then, hope the opponent just kind of has one of those weaker turns where we can keep most of our cards and come back real hard.
All right, starting with Barraging Beatdown. The intimidation factor starts early, and it's going to be often, I would assume, you don't get the same amount as you would with a Rhinar, let's say, but Rhinar's not legal in this format, so we're going to start peeling cards away from Carolina again. An intimidated card, it's kind of temporarily banished. You have no access to it for the block, but here comes a swing big. And friends, are we rolling some dice here? Let's go, bring it up. Here it comes. Oh,
so
Just
close.
So close, but so far, Craig. Unfortunately, we're talking about fours. Does Brute swing for 4? It does when it's a swing big, and Kayo kind of whiffs.
Yeah, well, it's 4 plus the buff here. If it's not blocked by multiple cards, so we'll see what path Carolina wants to take.
Well, the beauty here is that if you do full block this, which is such a much easier task, as it were, when swing big's coming in for 4, you get a quicken token. So you get a little bit of a loot drop if you do defeat this monster.
Well, it's funny because I think playing against Dash, the quicken token is relatively meaningless. All of your cards have the potential for go again through boost anyway. And often, if you don't have an item off the top of your deck to play, you want to boost to dig a little deeper, have another shot at getting that free item.
Certainly, and Carolina recognizing that does not full block this because of exactly what you said. So opting here to preserve some cards in hand, taking some of the damage here. Yui did that could have been a 16, but it turned into a 4. Could you imagine that coming in? More than the 16, frankly, I think, from the barraging that happened within here. So here's a high octane, open things up, draw a card. Now, every time you boost, you gain an action point.
Yeah, Carolina set up for a big turn. They got the free resources off the core. You open with the high octane. You already have 1 shot on your gun.
Right.
Okay. We're digging for that free item off the top of the deck.
You got to find it again. And what's one of the benefits of a dash is being able to just take a peek, right, and have a look. That I feel could be a habit that's difficult to break. Like if you're a dash main in this capacity, and you just kind of have a little peek here and there, you got to be careful.
You can't switch decks at that point.
No. Yeah. All right. So tossing some equipment in front of here, the chest piece, the scab skin, leathers. We're going to go ahead and block this out in full, getting the Battle-worn tokens on top of it. So that's a full coverage, no problem. But again, accumulating some of those action points as well. It's not just the boost, it's that you've got the action point from the boost effect, but also, Craig, you get it from the accumulated action points that you do get from High Octane. All right, so pitching away to continue onward here. And it's still very early, obviously, in this game. So should Yui have a hand that can potentially convert for big damage, she might just go ahead and just, full sign for this and see what she's got left here. That is in hand. There's a Command and Conquer in there.
Well, I wonder if it's almost the opposite of that. The dash decks traditionally do have problems fatiguing because they boost so many of their cards away. And if you don't have a very good couple of first turns where you force through a bunch of damage, the opponent can just decide to pivot to blocking all of your attacks.
You don't roll dice when you block, Craig.
That is a plus side, a negative.
Yeah.
Like what?
Now here's a nifty little play there, because Yui's got a pummel in her back pocket there, as you can see, and the Command and Conquer. I think she's got the resources ready to go as well. Blue, a yellow. I mean, you've got what you need here to really make it hurt on Carolina. As frankly, one of the bread and butter combination here, Command and Conquer plus pummel. It is a devastating combo that goes all the way back to Arcane Rising many, many moons ago. So we're opening up with Command and Conquer. You got to think here, if you took the damage and you're just presenting Command and Conquer, it smells kind of funky there.
It does, and especially when you don't lead by rolling the boots.
Oh, and Carolina is absolutely beside herself. She just kind of threw up in her mouth a little bit.
Yeah. This is a big hit. It's almost certainly going to be taking the card in arsenal. The pummel is going to take an extra card out of the hand. And look at the turns. If you're Carolina, you want all of these cards. You want all of these resources because you've got the Teklo core on the board.
Yeah, this is a tale of two Kayos here, because look at Yui. She was smiling so much, but Carolina here is going to do her best to just cover this up as much as possible, knows the sheer reach that is possible, as Carolina, again, suspecting the fact that, hey, you just took all that damage and you only presented one card. What is around the corner here? So Carolina, again, she's like, just do it. Just hit me with it. Oh, no. The filth. I think this is a war crime in multiple countries, frankly.
Is New Zealand one of those countries?
It's possible, yeah. So we're going to review the Geneva Convention real quick and see if this is even legal. But ultimately there, it is massive, massive damage. This is gross, to say the least. But Yui is basically picking up where Heiner kind of just dropped the ball a little bit there, rolling dice.
Oh, this is the way you're supposed to do this.
It's easy.
Yeah.
Not only that, she's playing a white border KO. So you've got the psychic damage going on too.
Yeah, just a little extra needle there.
Yeah. Absolutely. And she's got it in like a hard case.
Yep. Yeah, we don't want to damage that one.
Yeah, no, this is 3 cents I really want to protect. Just want to make sure.
I'm getting this graded later.
Hey, if you're going to win off of a like what is that, a 16 point Command and Conquer or whatever that is, I kind of want to get that graded too. We're doing math. I don't even know why, because the pain is just too severe right now.
We're a touch sloppy with our dice here. It's a little hard to follow.
Yeah. All right. So, you know it hurt when you're taking multiple dice and putting them in ways that they shouldn't be facing. But ultimately, I mean, yeah.
It means trouble for the other side. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, my God. Carolina right now consulting with her lawyer. That one hurt. Yeah, but again, like, what can you do? Because this could have been a completely different story. Again, you live and die by KO. You got to just accept the truth. That is the dice, because it could have been a 4 and it could have been so much less devastating. And again, I think that Steven on the previous round just sucked all the bad luck out of that chair.
Oh, yeah.
So, well, here we go.
All right. What I think happened on that previous turn is Carolina had blocked with the Crown of Providence and chose to bottom the Arsenal card to draw an additional. And then she moved to try to block with more armor, and the judges kind of stepped in and they said, "No, you're past that point now. You can't block with more armor."
All right. Well, she's we're gonna sort that out. No problem. Yui, yeah, laugh it up, Yui. No problem. Yeah, the world is your oyster.
I guess that's good. Do you like oysters?
No. Yesterday, there was the oyster option.
Mm-hmm.
I watched Josh Scott learn how to eat an oyster, which was a very unique experience because the way that it was explained to him, it was, okay, you take the oyster, you hold it this way, you put a little bit of this on it, and you do it that, and
you dress it just properly.
Exactly. It was all elegant and formal, and then he's like, and then you suck on it like a savage. And I was like, what?
I believe the term used was slurp.
Slurp, correct, slurp. I was like, wow, okay. So I'm like, and they're like, would you like one, Flake? I said, absolutely not.
Hold it delicately.
Yeah.
The right spritz of lemon on top.
No.
A little bit of vinegar, and then slurp.
Dude, I'm not going to eat the stuff that the fish don't even want to eat. Like, no, thank you. All right, well, it's a T-bone time. Friends is much better than oyster, frankly. There's T-bones. Much more delicious.
Look at you just bringing it full circle.
I had to. I just had to get the bad taste of that gigantic Command and Conquer out of my mouth. That was just, I felt the pain. That one went through the internet and hit me in the mouth. All right, so T-Bone here looking to go ahead and pull one of the equipment pieces off from Yui, and it can't be the Crown of Providence because it has to be something with a block value. It could actually be the Gambler's Gloves.
Yeah. Even with 0 defense value, these cards could still block, but not the Crown of Dominion.
So she's going to throw the Nourishing Emptiness in front of this again. Nourishing Emptiness loses a lot of its potency when there's another attack action or an action in the graveyard there. So we're not going to even worry about it. But just kind of thinking, what do we want to toss in front of this? It's a red T-bone. So Carolina is... she's saying, yeah, so the T-bone, basically what you can do here is it is going to kind of like full Mortal Kombat Scorpion style, get over here one of your equipment.
Sure, yeah. It sucks it in, but it doesn't really change anything.
No, it's just a little bit of a formality. Now, the potency of T-bone, frankly, is when you can chain off like 2 or 3 of them into something like a Pulse Wave Harpoon and just really wreck your opponent's equipment. Oftentimes, I've seen some very devastating chains where you do that and suddenly the last piece of equipment you have is like your tunic or something, and you have to give it up. In this case, just opening up with it, there's a lot of equipment here that's not really going to pay the price that others might in other capacities. But Twin Drive, one of new cards from Bright Lights, probably one of the most coveted cards from Bright Lights.
Does Carolina have Carolina cosplay sleeves?
She does, yes.
That is awesome.
That is awesome. Matt McInnes also plays with those and just dominates opponents with those. I think I got my ass kicked by him in Indianapolis. He was on Lexi. It wasn't even close. I just absolutely got obliterated.
While I'm distracted by these sleeves, we see the Max V come out. So Carolina able to punch back just as hard as Yui punched last turn.
No, this is a great clapback because it's not just a matter of the boost. And this is the potency of Twin Drive, because Twin Drive has 2 boost effects, and Max Velocity is looking to actually find 3 boosts in a row in order to get it done. So it just kind of cuts out one of the middlemen in terms of this combat chain to fire away. So Carolina is coming back strong, and that is very, very good. And again, the complexion of this game really resided in that role of a 5 for that command and conquer. But Carolina, resilient to the end here, has compiled and cobbled together this brilliant play.
And it's important when you are behind in a game to be able to take cards out of your opponent's hand so that they can't just continually have those optimal 4-card hand turns.
What would have been hilarious is if you see, if on the close-up of Yui there, if you see Heiner in the gondola behind him going home.
Down the mountain. Just his head in his hand, kind of shaking it a little bit. Yeah.
That would have been so good. So we're still at it here, ladies and gentlemen. Round 4 of Underdog Blitz, the final round of Underdog Blitz at the Celebrational. After this, Craig, what do we got to look forward to?
Little heavy hitters precons.
Everybody's going to be able to crack open one of the new heavy hitters precons.
Yep, they're going to get one at random
and go to town. And look at this. Carolina has not only closed the gap, but taken the proverbial lead here, as it were, as she has just clapped back Yui down to 2. So we're getting to the nitty gritty of this one, and it's still anyone's game. Again, Yui has the benefit of a potential 33% chance here to really go to town, roll high, and swing big potentially. But we're going to go ahead and use the bark bone strapping.
And of note, Carolina still has a lot of armor to work with, still has the gun. Ooh.
Oh, okay.
All right, we're going to re-roll that one. Off the table.
Yeah, that one is back down the mountain now. All right, we're going to... Okay. So the Gambler's Gloves, again, allowing you to re-roll, and with the Barkbone strapping, getting half the value of the dice roll into resources. 2 free. I mean, that's kind of what Techlocore gets you. You just don't have the dramatic effect.
It's more fun doing it this way.
Sure. For us. All right, so 2, ready to rock and roll.
Looks like a pack hunt. Yes.
You get an Intimidate here. Choosing, no problem. Nice. Nice. We got the sound crew from the Knicks game in this one. Once again, let's just double down on that one, my friend.
And having already intimidated a card out of Carolina's hand, it really leaves her with very few options how she wants to cover all 12 of this, because she's down to 3. She can't let much of this leak through.
Now, keep in mind that there was a turn a little while ago where that swing big got nerfed, right? It got cut in half, and I think, in these situations, Craig, if you're Carolina, you got to think, just when this happens, there's nothing you can really do. They're punching above their weight. You just got to toss cards in front of it and hope that eventually the odds are in your favor for them to roll the dice and get the attack nerfed. And that's when you can be a little bit more careful about how to block and sending things forward and then attacking back. Carolina has Yui in a very precarious position here at 2, because if Yui rolls 1 through 4 and it's an easy block of a 6 down to a 3, you can come back real big. There's the boom grenade, though.
I actually like this line a lot because you're demanding 2 cards out of your opponent's hand. Normally, you swing it, and maybe they're saying, hey, I'm at 2. I can let 1 of this leak, and I'll be okay. But with the boom grenade, you have to cover all of every attack for the rest of the game.
Dangerous game here, because a 1 hit is basically lethal at this case. Yep. That is a ticking time bomb, my friend, and a boom grenade doesn't care where you're from. It's going to end the game at this juncture. And you can see in Yui's hand a 2 block with the pummel, barraging beatdown, blocking 3. Same with the command and conquer in hand. The other mystery meat in the back probably looks like a 3 block as well, if I'm not mistaken. And So now it's just a matter of what's the best way, what's the most economical way to block this?
Yeah, and I mean, if Yui keeps rolling hot, the 2-card hands are still a very effective way to be playing the game.
All right, so the cards, that does it for their Yui here. We're going to see how this rocks and rolls. It's a Command and Conquer. Does Carolina roll any deer reacts? I don't believe so.
No, I don't think I saw any in the list.
Okay, so you're not necessarily at risk of catching deer reacts that you can't play into the Command and Conquer, but you are at risk of catching an item that blocks for 0. And that can be nasty. So we're going to see what happens here as Yui's going to go ahead and present the Command and Conquer.
Oh, here we go again.
All right, so there's a lot of, and they're off the table, doesn't count. I even heard some profanity in the crowd. Oh, that one has a little bank shot. I feel bad.
Yeah,
I don't know what else to say. Kayo has been on fire. 12 attack, Command and Conquer. Now, if Carolina's got 3 blocks,
covers it.
Look, I'm not a doctor, but I know that adds up to 12, my friend. So there's a possibility here. You might just have to go ahead and donate the whole hand here. If she caught a 2 block though, it's over.
But she still has the 1 armor from the Tekla core, the Foundry Heart.
Oh, right. Yeah, the Foundry Heart still saving her. Okay. Hey, look, you're alive.
Yep, live for another
hand. And you got to think at a certain point, going through Carolina's head, she must be like, you've got to roll cold at some point. You can't let this ride this way.
Yes. Well, and here's the real danger is now you're staring in the face of the 4-card hand plus the arsenal.
Yeah.
You know, the opponent, it's a little risky, but they can open on scab skins if they need it for multiple actions. Like you're saying, you just have to pray.
I'd love to talk to Yui about this game afterwards, but she's probably going to be at the craps table. All right, so barraging beatdown in hand. I believe there's a cash in as well. Oh, Blood Rush Bellow. But not many guarantees for the discard for Blood Rush.
No, but you can lead with this cash in, pitching some of these blue cards that aren't 6 attacks, replace them, and have a few floating resources, and then see where you're at then.
Getting to the end game here. This match seems to be kind of like on borrowed time to a degree, as both players have really put forth these really aggressive turns back and forth, these awkward turns as well.
Yeah, I mean they're both just throwing haymakers, which is just a ton of fun to watch.
All right, so drawing the 2 from the cash-in. I see is that a swing big, a pulping, and the Blood Rush.
Ooh, and I like this swing big. You hit your die roll, the game is over, right?
All right, well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls.
But even if you miss, you demand 2 cards.
Okay, that is the reprieve that you're looking for. And again, it's that's not bad luck. That is actually how the dice should fall by now. I mean, if you're looking at this from kind of a bigger, a macroscopic perspective, you got to think that there's got to be a bunch of these low rolls coming through. I mean, the odds are in Carolina's favor here to actually just make do with what it is. And again, Yui's going to have to start giving up cards here. Carolina's going to be able to start, coming back with some attacks. And if Yui continues this trend, what I think Carolina needs to look for here is a 6 attack that rolls low and is a 1-card block.
100%.
And that way you can sort of chain together multiple attacks, and then you can start finding a little bit more momentum. Swing Big's a nasty card because it can cut down to 4, and that still hits a break point.
Yeah, and I think if Carolina gets that hand that you're saying where it's multiple attacks, you can follow it up with the pistol behind it, and maybe Yui at 2 health here, you're able to just leak through that last little bit. You need to steal this game because it would be stealing the game at this point.
Carolina at 1, incredibly resilient here against the massive onslaught of Yui, who has been rolling just pure fire. Here we go again. Okay, this is
Yep.
This is how it's supposed to even out at a degree. So this is that turning point, because this could be a 1-card block. This Nourishing Emptiness is only coming in for 3. Carolina will have a 3-card hand to start sending it back, buying momentum, and peeling cards out of Yui's hand. So as much of the fireworks that we've seen prior to the previous turns here, Craig, this is going to be... this is where the sort of the grind occurs, when Yui's rolling low and then starts making decisions of Carolina's clapback on these turns. So there it is, just a 3-block, beating the Nourishing Emptiness in the middle, and now it's up to her.
And I think there's also some consideration for the decks getting thin at this point in the game. We talked earlier a little bit about all the boosting that the Dash deck likes to do, and you don't want to run out of cards if you're Carolina, right?
Okay, this is the hand that Yui got here. If Yui had a lot more life total, it would have been such a brilliant hand to have of 2 E-Strikes. It's E-Strike, Tuck, go again, E-Strike, Tuck, +2. It's a 12-point spread over 2 attacks. It is basically lights out. But here's where Carolina's 3-card hand is really going to make Yui feel like this hand is just almost, not awful, but what do you do? Like, so in this case, Craig, do you just give up a 3-block here, go down to 1?
Yeah, I think you have to let a point leak. Carolina boosted. Obviously, there's a gun. There's more cards in hand. So you know more attacks are coming. You would hate to put multiple cards in front of the 4 and then not be able to cover this big throttle that's coming later.
And 5, so another 2-card attack. So the E-Strikes have just basically become nothing. Those 2 massively powerful attacks, Carolina not only bought momentum here, but managed to equalize the game at 1 here. So now there are no margins for error. This game that seemed completely lopsided has equalized off of the resilience and just the sheer, the resolve of Carolina here to not be. Like, everyone's going to get rattled by a 12-attack Command and Conquer red pummel. Like, let's be real. But the fact that you could recompose yourself and come back with that massive max velocity turn and then equalize, incredible gameplay here.
And we just deploy a Crazy Brew and pass.
More dice. More dice, friends. We have options.
That's what I like. Just more variance into the game.
The problem here, my friend, is that if you're going to destroy it and roll a 1 or a 2, like, sometimes you're like, you know what? You didn't beat me. I beat myself. That's the KO way. Another boom grenade.
Yeah, plays the boom grenade, cranks it to make sure she retains the action point, and then starts firing off some of these attacks.
Now, boom grenade here is just kind of be a little insult to the injury, because anything that leaks through that triggers the boom grenade, it's lights out, unless there's some sort of magical sort of life gain capability that. Now because you could. There's always the option of like Crazy Brewing to sort of save yourself off of a 1-hit, but reckless
swing D-react to finish the game. What an entertaining match!
Okay, so match of the day so far. We've seen some lopsided wins, but I'm going to just hammer it down that this might be the match of the week to this point. That was an
absolute blast to watch it. Both players got to do what they were trying to do. If you like games that only go 1 turn, this wasn't the game for you.
Yeah.
But yeah, just tons of fun watching this one.
Are you saying that Prism KO'd their opponents?
They did.
To a degree.
They absolutely did.
Yeah, it was pretty nasty there. But again, big props to Carolina for just sticking to it, because there's a vast array of people there who would have seen a 12-point Command and Conquer into red pummel get absolutely pulverized by it. Pulverized with it, more than pulverized, actually. And then probably would have just, I don't say like not given up, but just kind of said, well, what's the point, Yeah. But Carolina not only stuck in there, but made it not just close, but it was, if it wasn't for that reckless swing, it could have gone either way incredibly.
Yeah, razor thin at the end there.
What a game, what a match. Again, congratulations to Yui for winning on Kayo. So all of those non-5s and 6s we saw rolled in Heiner's game came back.
Up. Yeah, saved up for the next one.
Perfect, no problem. Kayo's a team effort. Yeah. All right, friends. So that does it for Team Blitz. Again, I had my preview card. It's my birthday, and I went ahead and tweeted it out at WatchFlake. So if you want to see what my preview card is, you can go ahead and take a peek there. I'll show you guys at the end of the stream, anyways. But I like it. It's I'll give him a hint. It's a Betsy specialization. It's a Betsy specialization.
It is.
That's right. And that isn't just about maximizing your meal at McDonald's. Do you know the McDonald's here is called Macca's?
It's still called McDonald's. The people refer to it as Macca's,
They
right?
do. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Macca's. I love it. Anyway,
You love traveling anywhere.
I do. It's
Like,
just
let
fun.
me just dabble in the local culture. What sort of ridiculous things do these people do?
Yeah, seeing new communities, new cultures, not being around my annoying neighbors. It's great.
Speedboats, gondola rides, you're for all of this.
Oh, sure, absolutely. Yeah, no worries. Just wetting my pants is what I want to be doing when I travel. All right, so I believe what do we got coming up here? I think we've got some fun stuff for you to show you a little more of what's going on. Oh, right. Okay, here it is. Yes, this round 5 through 7 is a whole different ballgame here, Craig.
Oh, and if you haven't seen all of these heroes, definitely go. We're right in the heart of preview season. Go take a look at Olympia. Go take a look at Betsy. Olympia.
I mean, we've got
New Kassai.
New Kassai is back into the fold as well. And our good friend, Victor Goldmain.
Victor's got to be the best name in the set.
Yeah.
Right?
Smug.
Yeah.
Definitely smug. But yeah.
This guy's a jerk. But he earned it.
You talking about me or are you talking about Victor?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so here's how round 5 through 7 is going to work. As you can see it right over here, the players are going to be randomly assigned one of these Precon decks. It's going to be no modifications to it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even think they know what is in those lists.
Nope.
So they don't even know what's in the deck. So they're going to open up their Precons, they're going to sift through it, and then they're going to get their pairings. And that's it. That's all. They are only going to get what's in those Precons. So we're going to get 3 rounds of heavy hitters, Blitz, Precon action. And out of all of these, I mean, you got Kassai. Kassai, I think, is one of those heroes that has such a devout fan base.
Absolutely.
Playing with like this set, so thematic. You're out there. You're into the. You're out there in the arena. You're fighting. You're wagering.
Dude, this set, the flavor just oozes out of every card. Every time a spoiler drops, I just get more excited to be playing with these cards.
Big time. I'm trying to look at it. The first one I kind of gravitated to. I like Victor Goldmain.
Yep. You would.
What does that mean?
It means you would.
It means I would. I mean, He's got this grin on his face. Like he knows that he's driving Dad's Audi. Kind of thing. So
he's got a beautiful horse there.
He does definitely have a beautiful horse. But of all of these different heroes, I mean, some of the cards that were spoiled and, how they interact. Again, the Betsy specialization that I leaked out there onto my Twitter account. You want to go take a look at that.
You don't want to just.
Oh, okay. Well, ready? Get your. That's all you get. So that's all you're going to get. But it's pretty rad. I'm not going to say it's good times. It's good times.
Oh, that card's great.
It is great. Put your party hats on, friend. That's all I'm going to say. Yeah. So our contestants are the people here at the Celebrational who are competing. We saw 4 rounds of the Underdog Blitz, and now it's Precon time. They're going to get their decks. They're going to get their decks. They're going to get sorted out. We will be back soon, Craig, because I'm really hyped about this because I want to see just the job that the development team did in terms of building these Precon decks. I want to see who comes out on top, who's happy with what they got randomly.
That is the funny part. That, you get handed a deck and you're just like, yes, or
what the hell does this do?
One, so
bingo. I wish that we could record and broadcast them getting their heroes.
Just face reactions.
Yes, just and Brody's like, okay, well, doesn't matter.
Yeah, winning no matter what.
Winning no matter. And then the devs are just like, yeah, we're here to mop the floor with you anyways. All right, friends, we're going to take a short break. The players have wrapped up the first 4 rounds of the Celebrational here. We've got the Precon rounds coming up. Rounds 5 through 7 of Precon action here at the Celebrational in Queenstown. We will be back shortly. See you soon. We're back here at the Celebrational in Queenstown. The players had a little bite to eat.
So did we.
So did we. Well, much needed and necessary, I think, as the day is in full swing here. We've had some great action of Flesh and Blood, and I have brought with us the guy, the rules and policy manager, Joshua Scott. All of those little tidbits of stuff, all of those judge calls, those meetings or whatever, this is the guy that sits atop Orthanc and, in his wizard's tower, making all the decisions.
Yeah, it's a little bit more like a rules den, but you get the point.
I'm trying to just hype it up here. I'm trying to make your whole life a little bit more glamorous. Now, we brought Josh here because these new precons that we're going to see, heavy hitters in general, is going to introduce some new rules. It seems like every time that a new set comes out, we get new rules, new interactions, new keywords and such. And the most important one, I think, the most exciting one, in my opinion, there's Wager and there is Clash, and there's so many. But let's talk about Wager a little bit. So because Wager here is, in terms of timing and such, there's a little bit of greasy areas where the rules can become a little bit misconstrued, let's say.
Yeah, so Wager's a really interesting mechanic because essentially what you need to do is you need to make sure you're very clear to your opponent whether or not you're going to wager. So obviously if you're putting down a card and you're like, hey, wage gold, I want to make sure I'm wagering, you have to very clearly communicate that to the opponent before they declare on their blocks. Because whether or not you're wagering on a card is going to heavily influence whether or not that person is deciding to keep their whole hand, keep all those cards, or whether or not they're actually going to try and prevent you from getting the benefit of that particular wager.
And it's important to note that a wager is successful if you make the wager and it hits.
Yep, that's absolutely correct.
In which case, knowing a wager does definitely influence the blocking potential.
Yeah, it swings things drastically one way or the other.
Yeah, and there might be cases where somebody comes in with a wage gold, they don't say anything, and you just assume, oh, okay, they're not wagering. You say no blocks, and oh wait, hold on, no, I wanted to wager that, and then that can really drastically change a lot of the mind games, a lot of the influence. So we want to make sure that our players, when they're playing with these new cards, that they're very clearly describing their intentions with that card. Yes, I'm going to go in with the wager. And as a defending card, if you're not sure if somebody's going to wager with that card, all you need to do is just ask them, are you wagering with that card? Oh, you're not? Okay, cool. I'm going to go ahead and declare my blocks now. And that way we can keep the game nice and clean and everybody's happy.
Yeah, I like that where, not only is it on you as the person playing the wager, but the opponent as well to maintain the communication and make sure both players are on the same page.
Yeah, absolutely. And, that's all what we're here for, right? We're playing great games in the Flesh and Blood, and a lot of that is done through communication. Just takes a couple of seconds to confirm what you want to, and then proceed with the game.
I want to slightly amend that exchange. Oh, are you wagering? No. Why not? You would.
Oh, sure, yeah. No, there's definitely a lot of situations, like opportunities for some trash talk to pop up.
Oh,
here,
definitely.
Right?
Oh, you don't seem too confident, do you?
Well, the coward's path, again.
Yeah. Hilarious.
Like you want to wager? Oh, come on.
Yeah.
I dare you. I double dare you.
Give him the old rock one of these kind of thing like that. Yeah, I think that's just part of it. But it's important because, again, setting the tone, this is the first time that these cards are going to be played in a competitive environment out there in the public where people can see. It's important for you to clarify the fact that, hey, you who's out there listening who might be playing this, if you are being wagered against or not, if there's a card with wager on it, don't tip your hand in that case. Wait for them to communicate. And if you are playing a wager card, don't be greasy. Tell them whether you're doing it or not. And that's the way it is. Let's keep the spirit of the game the right way. Josh, thank you so much for that clarification.
Yeah, no worries. And I look forward to seeing some more exciting games.
As do I. I don't know if there's some Kayo out there.
For sure.
I don't think there's any more dice rolling.
Not the same Kayo, no, but.
Different one.
So the way this format's going to work, what we're going to see just shortly here is that the players will get to play each class once per round. So they're going to get one of the random Guardians for one round, one of the random Warriors for one round, and one of the random Brutes for one round. And I don't think we're going to be seeing any mirror matches. So it should just give us the maximum amount of coverage for all of these new exciting cards.
Yep, 6 new precons. Josh, do you have a favorite so far?
I don't know. They're all pretty amazing heroes to see in person, and I don't know.
James isn't listening. It's okay. You can.
Yeah, that's the coward's path again. This is like not wagering.
How about you wager an opinion?
Yeah.
I don't know. I like to play fun heroes. I think Victor Goldman's a pretty fun hero.
My man, absolutely. I was the same way. If worst case is you lose and you have a smug look on your face.
Exactly. If you lose, you got to look good doing it.
Damn right. Yeah, well, I can't do either of those. So it's all good. Craig, you got a favorite so far? I know we're talking a little bit about what we might want to see, but I was on the Victor Goldman train, and now that we've got them all in front of us, I mean, from an art perspective even, like, does anything catch your eye that you want to try?
So I think I'm most intrigued by Kayo for Classic Constructed. So I want to see it being played in this format and just see if it's good, if it's powerful here, when it has a much larger card pool, what it could really do.
I love it. Well, Josh, thank you so much. We're going to, I think we're going to take a quick break, I believe, we're going to take a quick little breather because I think they're getting set up. And this is the fun part about this, Josh, is that the players don't even know what they're playing. They don't know what's in the deck. They are going to be handed the Precon and say, just, unwrap and go. Like, let's have some fun. And I believe our first matchup is going to be Melody versus Saint. So
2 4-0 players.
2 4-0 players undefeated. Yep. Looks good.
Nothing better.
All right, my friends. So we're going to take a very, very quick break, like under 2 minutes, and we will be back with the Precon. Manager basically gave us a crash course on it and a little bit of the etiquette surrounding it as well.
Yep.
And we're going to get some wagering going on, I think.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. This should be exciting to watch.
I'm very, very happy. Again, it's going to be Melody, who is, let's be real, the hype queen. all sorted. We got it done. We're here. We're ready to rock and roll. Again, Melody, the people's champion. Do you smell what she's cooking?
Oh, absolutely. Well, I don't know if I smell, but I hear what she's saying, especially when she's on the Pitch Perfect pod.
Pitch Perfect podcast. Again, Rainbow Pitch League. I've got my Rainbow Pitch League Pitch Perfect pin here. And, of course, she's going to be playing...
Rhinar.
The man. Yes.
So I think this is like an OG versus the new hotness matchup right here that we're going to get.
That's a very good way to put it. And again, Rhinar is one of those heroes that was not legal in the Underdog Blitz because he can absolutely crush it. Not this Rhinar.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's true.
The OG Rhinar? Yeah, not legal.
Okay.
He goes out there and he crushes face. I mean, the intimidate factor, this is what we're talking about. Like, if ever you've played against Rhinar that intimidates your whole hand on turn 0 and just beats the crap out of you, that's kind of what we might see to a degree here. Ultimately, though, she will be facing off against Saint, one of the big fish out there who is just out. Like, when we're talking about Saint is, it's like... Great guy. He's out there. He's really, super supportive of the community, obviously. But you ask him, like, what are you most proud of? And he's like, quad 10 Flesh and Blood card, the only one in existence. Yep. Like that's kind of like what his the feather in his cap is.
Well, and he's such a fan of the game. He's one of the biggest collectors that we have. He's got his channel, the Fabled Hunters. Mm-hmm. Definitely give that a look. But also, I would call him a teammate. He sponsors the Runaways, so we're the Fabled Runaways, and he's the best cheerleader. He's the best teammate. He's the best sponsor that we could have. So the more I get to know him, the happier I am that like he's just around and he's helping us out.
So it was 8 a.m. In Auckland, I think on Monday morning. I go to the gym, all right, and the hotel. He is already in there, sweating up a storm. I go in there, solid 30 minutes. 10 of which I was actually working out.
Sure.
The other 20 were fiddling with Spotify. I leave and he's still crushing it. I asked him after, I'm like, how long were you in there? And he's like, 100 minutes. I was like, wow. You could just say an hour and a half. I would be equally as impressed. But no, 100 minutes. The dude was just crushing it. And ultimately, he is going to be on...
Oh, Victor Goldmane.
Victor Goldmane. Yeah. Victor Goldmane, one of my favorite heroes that was revealed, and I'm very excited here to see how this plays out. Now, you might have caught in some of the in-between broadcasts a little video there, a little peek of the players not just getting ready for the match, but A, finding out who the hell they're playing.
Yep.
And B, looking through the deck because they have no clue what are in these precons. So as much as you and I, prior to coming back online, we were rifling through it.
Doing the same thing here.
Yeah, we are looking through it. He's got his Rhinar deck. I've got the Victor Goldmane deck. But there's some really cool pieces about these decks and what's in them as well.
So all of the precons for this set are going to come with a rainbow foil version of the hero, which is pretty cool. Only place that you can get these. Mm-hmm. And then the decks will also come with full art rainbow versions of one of the spec cards for the hero.
I don't think they're not rainbow foil, I don't think, but they are full art.
Oh, I'm sorry. By rainbow, I meant all 3 pitches.
Oh, right. Sorry. That's my bad. All right. So those are, another cool reason to sort of, if you're one of those people who want to get their decks blinged out and you want some of these cards, it's the only place to get them. All right. We are ready to rock and roll here. It is round number 5, the first round of the Precon portion of the day 1 of the Celebrational here in Queenstown, New Zealand. Melody versus Saint, both of them undefeated, but this is where it gets greasy, Craig, because they are they're in uncharted waters.
Yeah, I mean these decks are going to have play patterns that we're not familiar with yet, and you just don't know what the right line is to take a lot of the times. On the Victor side, I love the hammer. I think that it's such a good weapon. So it's a question of, am I just supposed to be blocking a lot and then leaning on the back of this Miller's Grindstone? Or, are the attacks so good that I, just block with some armor, preserve my hand, and then make a big attack that way?
And again, you can see the players are going to be doing a lot of card review because the muscle memory isn't there for a lot of these cards. Oftentimes, Craig, you know this more than anyone. When you top 8'd at US Nats, it's like you're on Lexi, and sometimes it's like you just draw the 4 cards and you're like, I know precisely what I'm capable of here. I know my output. It's just ingrained in your muscle memory. This is a whole different ballgame. There are cards here that you just do not know what they do, what the reach is, and what the value is ultimately. And that's what we're getting here. And beyond that, no sleeves. Screw it.
Love it. This is the game, the way it was made to be played.
Yeah, I can just imagine Saint here, who is like has a quad 10 gem mint card that is like super protected. All of his cards are like, and now he's like, what is this? I feel like such a this is filthy. What is this?
And it looks like Saint was on the play, and he just chose to arsenal and pass. He doesn't want to give Melody the chance to make the correct blocks and sculpt her hand going into her turn.
Melody now feathering one of those new signature cards. So like we said, these full art cards, Bone Breaker Bellow. And talk to us a little bit about Bone Breaker Bellow, one of the new keywords as well.
New keyword, beat chest. You can discard a card with a 6 or more attack when you play it. And if you do, you're going to get an additional buff on top of what the card normally does. So this one, the red one's going to pump your attack for 3. If you beat chest, it pumps for 5 instead.
This is a card where it's beat chest. I want to see like the theatrics. I want to see, the real just kind of like pump up the jam here. Let's go. So opting here to beat chest. The chest has been beaten.
Yep, and we're going to get a Rhinar trigger intimidating.
What a great little kind of interaction here. The fact that beat chest is it's pick and choose, discard the card, and then the Rhinar, just the extra sauce on top feels real good here.
All right, we're going to see what this is.
Little 5, but again, if you've beaten chest at turn, then it gets +4. So it's coming in pretty fat here as a 10 spot. And another intimidate. That's the Rawhide Rumble. And hey, we can beat chest again. And when it attacks a hero, if you've beaten chest, intimidate them. So lots of intimidation. And again, that's what old school Rhinar wants to do, especially in Blitz. There's not a lot of room to maneuver when Rhinar's peeling cards out of your hand and then sending it real thick with a 10 spot.
Yeah, and this is an incredible start for Melody. It's exactly what you want to be doing, forcing through a bunch of damage by taking the cards out of your opponent's hand. And interesting interaction that we're seeing here is that the beat chest cards, you only need to have beat chest once on the turn, and it's going to lend the benefit to all of the cards that have beat chest.
Yeah, you kind of only have to cross that cross that path once, right? You only have to have it happen once, and everything subsequently will gain benefit here. Both these players at 4-0 through the constructed rounds of Underdog Blitz. But again, like we said, there's going to be a lot of pensive faces, I think, because you're playing at a lower power level as well. But at the same time, you're not entirely sure what to do here. So here it is, the first option.
We're clashing.
Oh boy. And she clashed is that a red Bone Breaker? So no attack value on that. Love to see it. Again, it's the first instances. And what's fascinating about this clash mechanic, now again, clash is you both reveal the top card of your deck. The highest base power will win the clash. Now, you're getting the benefit of obviously winning a clash, but beyond that, Craig, you're getting information. You know that there is a red Bone Breaker Bellow coming around the bend here for Melody. So winning the clash is great, but also you do get the added benefit of knowledge. And knowledge is power, Craig.
Knowledge is power.
Thank you.
I can't believe it's such a profound thing, and I've never heard it before.
Well, when you watch cartoons in the 80s and 90s, man. Okay, so it's now on to Saint, who is going to be sending forth, if I can just make sure that I get this totally correct. That's not Wallop, which is a new card out of there. That is Performance Bonus. When this hits, create a gold token. So it's just it's low to the ground. It's a 2, but it has one of those nasty, threatening effects. You do not want to give Victor Goldmain gold because currently he's just Victor Main.
Sure.
And now he's looking to become Victor Goldmain, and that's what this is all about.
Just a wash, just blinged out from head to toe.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah. No, he wants to be on Pimp My Ride. That's where he's at. He's calling Exhibit right now.
And looks like Melody's quite happy with her hand. She's going to take this 2 and I'm sorry, I don't want to misspeak.
No, that's fine. I wish I had that kind of restraint.
Yeah.
So, performance bonus again. If it's played from the arsenal, gets go again. We've seen cards like that, I believe, from Uprising. I forgot what it was called, but if you've played from arsenal, it like draws a card, gets go again. It's kind of benefits, but there. But again, performance bonus only blocks for 2, only attacks for 2, but it's free. Miller's Grindstone, kind of adding maybe a little bit more despair to those who hate the fatigue, the mill type lists, right? It's an option there.
This hammer is so good.
It's a one-handed hammer as well, so you can always have the offhand, of which here, Victor Goldmane's coming in with Stonewall Impasse, which is when this defends, clash with the attacking hero. If you win, it gets +1 until end of turn's temper. So this is, it's almost like a conditional Steel Braid Buckler in that sense. But again, depending on how, when Victor Goldmane enters the constructed realm, if you're reliably winning clashes, this can feel like a pretty good option. Even if you just get this in kind of like a draft or something, it's pretty decent.
So each of the Blitz heroes will come with their specialization headpiece in this set.
All right, so some of the new cards as well. Again, that looks to me like that is Thunk.
Thunk.
At least I thunk it was. I'm just going to get that one out of the way. You'll never hear that from me again in 2024.
We're definitely hearing that over and over.
All right, so this is one of those specialization type cards, or the specialties, as it were. It's coming in full art. If you want the full art version of this, only available in these Precons. But Thunk Yellow, a 7 attack, 3 block. When you win a clash, revealing this, create a might token. So on the surface, it's not all that big because you're paying 5 for this, paying 5 for a 7 with no on the combat chain real relevance. This is more if you peel it off the top. I think it's a great card to have.
I think it works for the strategy very well on a couple of levels. Like obviously it blocks for 3, so you can just get this card out of your hand if you need to. Anytime you reveal it with a clash, you're going to win this clash, right? A high percentage of the time. So you're getting this great bonus out of it. And then also the Guardian is traditionally a deck that can't make multiple attacks in a turn. So you just want these high attack value attacks in your deck. So it checks a lot of boxes.
2 cards in front of this one here. So the 7 attack is going to leak some damage through. No problem. I don't think, do these Precons, I don't think that they're packing any defense reactions.
It's block cards now that we're seeing a lot of.
Yeah. So the 7 attack there is just kind of the ghost of past transgressions has been tossed aside by Saint here. Both players undefeated. And Melody with 2 cards here, one of which is the Bonebreaker Bellow, which costs you 1. It's a non-attack action, so you're not really going to get work done there. The question is do you want to attack with the Mandible Claw?
Yeah, the Bonebreaker Bellow could pump the Mandible Claw. So if you wanted to, pitch your blue, play the Bellow and send in the Claw, you would get a bigger attack. But I think Melody's definitely taking the better line here. We're going to arsenal this Bonebreaker Bellow and save it for a bigger turn.
Yeah, have some more explosive turns. And in Blitz format in general, being able to punch through for massive turns on low life totals is pretty good here. So I think you're right. I think having a smaller turn for bigger payoff down the road is the right move.
Yep.
So we've all seen Mandible Claw. We've all seen Mansant play. This is a 3 attack, and it's not really going to get juiced up by anything. So 1 card covers that up, no problem. Melody's going to draw up. And again, it's very weird to see the actual card back of Flesh and Blood because every tournament, the sleeves are there. There's a lot of customization, a lot of personality being put into there. And this is just like, no, this is what we had envisioned the whole time.
And this will be a little bit interesting. We'll see if Saint can kind of capitalize on this, more anemic off turn that Melody had, the setup turn, if you will. This is where he wants to pitch 2 cards, send in another 7-8 attack to keep the pressure on.
So a lot of the equipment here that Victor Goldmane is bringing to the party, for example, the Vigor Girth and Gauntlet of Might, they're 1 block blade breaks, and they have an action of destroy, create a Vigor token for the Vigor Girth chess piece, or Gauntlet of Might creates a Might token. So these are kind of cards that, I mean, in these scenarios, I mean, sometimes if you want to break them and just sort of say no to the block value if it makes sense. But typically, like I found in limited, I like to have these equipments as just sort of, to cover up breakpoints that are for on hits and relevant on hits. Are you in the same sort of line of thought? Like, do you value the defensive value on these, or is it more so just like the game text?
So I think it's the combination of the two that really sets these cards off, where it's the versatility. When you're playing from ahead, you're like, okay, I can go and cash this in for an additional benefit next turn. Or if you're behind, you're like, well, I can hit the panic button and use this to defend to cover some breakpoints if I need to.
Command Respect. When this hits a hero, if it has attack greater than its base, destroy a card in their arsenal. Very cool to have. This is a card that really wants to hold hands with Pummel.
Well, even the might tokens that we'll see in this set a lot. I think we've skimmed over the tokens a little fast. So let's cover what each of these tokens does and how they work.
Sure.
So like a might token, you'll create the token and then it'll automatically be destroyed at the start of your turn. And your next attack will get +1 power buff.
Yeah, it's kind of almost like similar to almost like a seismic surge. Instead of a discount, it gets a +1 on the attack, which is great. And again, if that's connecting with Command Respect, suddenly the 6 attack becomes a lot more menacing. Okay,
and the Vigor token, same thing, except you're getting a resource when it's destroyed at the start of the turn.
And these equipment pieces that come with these heroes, for example, Gauntlet of Might, break it, create a might token. So much like if we're talking about like formats of past, finding something like Cracker Jacks and Thump back in the Tales of Aria days, that was like one of those bread and butter combinations. Those are the kinds of ones you have to put together. And I feel like Gauntlet of Might, pairing that up with a card like Command Respect, feels like a very good option there.
Yeah, but it's going to take a little bit of planning, or you just need to get kind of lucky. So you want to be arsenaling the Command Respect and the turn that you sacrifice your Gauntlet to make sure that you've got them both online for the next turn.
It's definitely not as clear cut or easy and linear to sort of pull off, but at the same time, it is there. It's a combo that you can kind of lean on if you need it. So we are getting some tokens out. And there's the Ale as well.
Oh, this card's so good.
Smashback Ale. So you're creating an agility and a might and a go again. So it's not like this isn't buffing anything. It's just creating more of those aura effects. Those like I'm thinking more next turn to a degree. You still have the go again, so you still can pair it up with some sort of offense. In this case, again, another Mandible Claw is not really gonna shake the foundations, but it's still it's a little bit of work. It's a little bit of chip away. And if Saint has 4 cards that he likes, it's kind of free damage.
Yeah, and I think Melody, she would have liked to have a bigger turn here, but this is another very effective setup turn. The agility token will be destroyed at the start of the turn and give the first attack that she makes go again. So, sometimes the brutes can struggle getting online with multiple attacks, and this just guarantees that it's going to work out.
So again, both players had no clue what they were going to be playing. They didn't even know, like once you learn the heroes, that's just the first step. Then you go from there. Then you want to say, all right, I have 3 or 4 minutes to rifle through these to see, what my brain can kind of cobble together in terms of what is offense, what is defense, and go from there.
What is the optimal line? What am I supposed to be doing turn to turn?
So let me ask you this, because you've done, you've played professionally for so many years in limited and so many other formats. When you're playing something like Sealed, let's say, because this kind of to a degree feels a little bit like Sealed. You don't know what you're getting. You get your 6 packs and you're playing Sealed. You sit down and you've got 15 minutes to go through. You've sorted the cards. Like, how do I put this together? What are the process that goes through in your mind when you're trying to put together a deck?
So I think you're trying to look for a consistent turn-to-turn strategy that you can employ with whatever your hero is. So you might have opened in Sealed a particularly powerful card, but if it doesn't have the backing to it, the other role players that you need to effectively play the game, it might be better to stick that card on the bench and play a different hero.
There's Wallop. So similar to the previous card that we saw earlier, where if it is revealed off a clash, you get a bonus. This one costing 4.
Well, it needs to be revealed, and you need to win.
You need to win, right? You create the vigor token. But like you mentioned, if you're building a deck based around clash effects, you'd think that it's a reliable option. I don't think Saint has used the weapon yet.
Nope.
The Miller's Grindstone, which is, again, the standard sort of hammer, the hammer cost of 3 to swing for 4. However, when it hits, you clash with your opponent, and if you win, you destroy the top card of their deck. So there's a little bit of, there's the Miller's aspect of it, of peeling cards off the top. The problem is if they win, the hammer becomes a lot less scary.
Because?
Well, because it gets a -1 counter on it. So it gets a -1 attack value counter on it. So this to me feels, and you can agree, you can disagree. Does this not feel like a sideboard card? Because if you're playing a clash style deck, and you're up against another Guardian or a Brute or something that's got those high-end value attacks, you don't want to risk the hammer being that paltry or getting just kind of shaved down to nothing.
Yeah, it's definitely something you need to consider. But I also think that the hammer is so important because it does synergize with all of these cards that we're seeing. You almost want to clash as often as possible so that you can reveal these attacks, get these extra tokens, and reap benefits from it. On top of that, Victor has his ability, which once you have like extra gold in reserve, anytime you lose a clash, you can just cash in a gold, replace one of the cards in the clash, and it's going to just smooth over these problems for you a lot of the time.
Yeah, he kind of has his own gambler's gloves kind of thing that going on for clash effects, which is cool to have. But again, you gotta throw a coin to the Witcher, as it were. You got to pay off somebody, a little bit of bribery to get another go at it.
Sure, yeah. And the gold is so good that you don't want to be just, re-clashing on a regular basis. You want to win the clashes and then have the golds to cycle through your deck a lot faster.
So the Bonebreaker Bellow did go ahead and open up this turn, in which, again, the beat chest, which is you can choose to go ahead and ditch a 6 out of hand. So this is a robust attack, Greg.
Yeah, I mean, this is the setup all coming to fruition here.
This is Assault and Battery. Finally, the two have come together in harmony.
Yeah, this is just what we've been waiting for.
Yes. So again, it has a beat chest on it as well. And basically, if you've beaten chest this turn, create an agility token. But you've already beaten chest prior off of...
I don't believe we did beat chest.
Oh, did we not?
I believe right now we're just receiving a buff from the base red beat
okay.
And the might token that popped at the end of the turn.
Okay, so perhaps to a degree, Melody not wanting to discard or needing every card in the hand to actually get through. But like all things considered, let's be real. This is still an 11 attack, right? And just think about how nastier it could have been. Because the beat chest of discarding the 6 and such will trigger the Rhinar for the Intimidate effect. It just becomes this nasty domino effect where you're giving your opponent less options and you're only making it worse and worse for them.
And the amount of time that they intimidate away the card that you would normally want to block with.
All the time.
And then you have the decision of your best attack that you wanted to hang on to. Now that's one of your few options to defend with. Oh, it can be a beating.
That is good. Well said. Absolutely. And that is why whenever I get intimidated, I just wait until I have to defend, and then I look at what's left. I'm like, let's postpone the ultimate disappointment.
You want the bad news all at once.
Yeah, exactly. Let's just do it. Just hit me with it. No problem. It's like ripping the Band-Aid off. One move, right off. 11 go again. Melody, I don't believe she has any cards left.
No, but she's floating 2 resources.
Yep, so
we're going to get a weapon attack behind this.
Now you've got the Mandible Claw, but what else you got there?
All right, the other card here is the Ball Breaker.
Excuse me?
I did not name this card.
Okay. Just saying.
Once per turn, action 2, attack. Has 3 attack, but if you discard a card with 6 or more power this turn, it gets an additional 1. So it can be a 2 for 4, and the high resource turns that we occasionally see out of Rhinar with like lots of blues, If you've pitched a 6 attack, you start with the Mandible Claws, you get in your 3, it has to go again, and then you can follow it up with the Ball Breaker for another 4.
I don't think I've ever considered that would be something I would hear. Not just from you, but just in the card game in general.
I love the names of these cards.
I know, and she's following it up with a Ball Breaker. Let's go. All right, so 11 still on the stack here with, again, like you mentioned, some more bad news going to follow suit here. Saint at 14.
Yeah, it looks like he's having a little discussion with Nick just so he makes sure he understands all the interactions.
All right, that's Nick Kayo. Again, one of the invites here at the Celebrational. I met Nick's son, Liam. Mm-hmm. Little 1-year-old Liam, who's had his first birthday, I believe, on January 5th.
It has been an absolute treat to be around Nick and his family.
They are so lovely. His partner, Liz, is just so awesome. And again, Liam. And it was, I think, being invited to the Celebrational, quite an honor. Being called Uncle Flake, the best honor, big time. And at one point, when we were at the airport and Liam kind of saw me and then I did the whole like reach over to me. I was like, all right, that's it. It's over. Like, that's it. I win.
Extended arms.
Extended arms.
You feel the love just flow into you.
See, people who don't understand what I'm saying want to be around me. It's incredible.
Or it was like the big bar of candy you were holding up, encouraging him to reach out in your direction.
That is not a narrative we need to push here. Flake offers candy to children.
Yeah.
Like, no, we don't go down that route, my friend.
They really like me, I swear.
Okay, so there's the Ball Breaker on the bottom right of your screen. Again, a new brute one-handed weapon, which I'm wondering if this might actually... Do you think that this actually might replace the Mandible Claw? I mean, it's going
to be interesting to see because a lot of the times with the Mandible Claw, you want to go... I'm talking constructed here. A claw attack, and then you finish with a relatively cheap big attack. And once you have Ball Breaker on the board, you have to finish with Ball Breaker because it does not have go again by itself.
Right. And that could be fine because you can just kind of like, those turns where it's like Blood Rush Bellow and then you go in with the claw and then, all right, well, what do we have after that? Well, then maybe you come in with the attack actions and you close the chain with Ball Breaker to get a little bit extra, because Ball Breaker would be a 6 potentially with off the discard and the Blood Rush Bellow. But so it's Stonewall Impasse. It's going to be meeting this in the middle here, and when it defends, you clash with the attacking hero, and if you win, it gets +1. So this could potentially block 2.
It looks like he did win the clash, and he hit one of those. I'm not sure if it was a block card or the card on top that gave him the bonus token here.
So again, some of these cards that when they are revealed, with like for instance, Thunk, if it's revealed to win a clash, you get a might token. And that is precisely what is on the board right now. That's a might token.
Tell me, Flake, did Melody make a mistake here? She had 2 weapons. They each swing for 3, right? Same thing. She sent in the claws instead of the Ball Breaker. Is this a big misplay?
I think that she just didn't want us to say Ball Breaker so much, and she's very aware of the fact.
Well, that did not work at all.
Not at all, because we said it about 4,200 times prior to this. But yeah, if you're discarding a 6, you're going to want to go through, but she didn't discard a 6, right? So there's no real mistake. It's
it's a wash.
6 of one, half a dozen the other. It's all the same. Now, had she discarded a 6, yeah, you roll in with double Bs. Okay, so we're getting a little bit of information about what occurred. So the timer's going to get a 3-minute little bonus injury time
from the judge call.
Yep. And I think that Saint is it currently in Arsenal? Okay. So while you and I were riffing there, Saint...
an interesting detail.
Yes, definitely. Had you missed it, Saint arsenaled a block card. So it's much like jamming like the Heart of Final in your arsenal.
Yeah, it's there for good.
Yeah, that you do that once, ever, and then you don't do it again. So this could be the greatest of all bluffs. But the block card, you can't block with it from Arsenal. You can't play it. You can't pitch it. So...
and I think we've all done that with block.
Yes.
the first time around.
Oh, most definitely. Most definitely. It's kind of like a roommate that just kind of takes up space and doesn't pay rent. It's just going to live there and annoy the hell out of you.
Well, and it only has to happen once, and then you've learned your lesson.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
All right. So 7 attack coming through. That is being a sort of thought about here by Melody. That is Concuss. And when it hits a hero, if it has greater attack than its basic, and discard a card. So no buff on. Oh no, it does have the buff from Might.
From the Might token.
Yeah, from the winning from the Clash, which is great.
And this is it. We talk about what does this deck want to do turn to turn, and I think this is exactly what Victor wants to be doing turn to turn. You block very effectively. You get some free bonus tokens, the Might tokens, and then on your turn they buff your 2-card attack where you get the blue pitch. Come in with the Concuss for the maximum, peel a card out of the opponent's hand, and leak a little bit of damage.
I mean, in reality, that Might token, when you're talking about the Clash, it's the Might token and London Calling, the 2 greatest things that the Clash has ever done.
Oh, man.
Usually it's Brian on the receiving ends of these.
Yeah, so. I wonder why he didn't want to do this event.
You know when Brian's like, what, I'm gonna sort of move away from casting.
Yeah. What happened there?
Well, that's it's called the flake effect. All right. That is Bare Fangs, friends. When this attacks, draw a card, then discard a random card. Again, 6 or more. That's what you're looking at. Gets a +2. So. You have a high ceiling on this, but there's a very particular part about this, a very brute-esque aspect of this card. She blocks for nothing. Not 0. They didn't even print it on the card.
Yeah, you can't even cycle this out of your hand on turn 0 if you want to.
So it did happen. You did go ahead and discard the 6. So 8 attack. We're gonna block through again. The work is being done here. Some of the damage is leaking. Melody at 8. Saint on Victor Goldmain. Just Victor Main. There's no gold yet. We haven't seen any. He's just Victor Main.
He did have a gold at one point.
Well, he doesn't have it anymore.
He does not have it anymore.
No, this isn't like if you're a senator, you get like paid until the end of your days. I don't think it's the same kind of. I don't think it's the same. It works that way with this.
I don't know anything about how senators work.
I don't think they know how the Senate works. Yeah,
I know that in my country, senators don't work.
Craig, that might have been your best one tonight.
All right.
Yeah. There's the Miller's Grindstone again. So when this attacks, if it hits, you clash.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen a lot of that. And what's great is what's interesting. We had Josh on earlier to talk to us about wagering, which we haven't really seen in this particular matchup. We will get to that, I believe, today. But we have seen a lot of clash effects, which is great.
And like I said, I think this synergizes so well with a lot of the things that Victor's trying to do. And, every time we've seen a hammer that's a 1 card for 4, 3 for 4, it's been good. So I expect this hammer to be good in Constructed.
I don't mind mill. It's I understand that it's not everybody's flavor, but having a card that can do that. And the way that it can kind of nerf itself to a degree, it becomes less and less ugly. But
okay,
what happened with the clash here?
So Melody revealed a bellow, so a non-attack action, and I believe Saint revealed a reinforce the line.
Mm-hmm.
So he won the clash, 1 point leaked, and the bellow got milled off of the top of Melody's deck.
That damn grindstone.
Damn grindstone, just doing work.
Doing work.
And I think it's particularly good against Brute because a lot of the Brute cards require you to be discarding cards to get the additional buff you're looking for on attacks, which makes you a little more susceptible to being fatigued.
Right.
And then the grindstone on top of this helps fatigue you.
Now, what's interesting is that the wording for Miller's Grindstone doesn't say discard the top card of your deck. It says destroy it.
Sure.
So for brutes who like to discard things, I would imagine even on the receiving end, there might be some situations where discarding would create a plus effect on certain cards.
Yeah, I don't think we're like, you can't discard from your deck.
No, but I feel like that has to have been deliberate, right?
Yeah.
Brian? It was... Okay, so there you go. Brian woke up and said, yeah, whatever will shut you up. Yes, no problem. Send me a tweet, he says. All right. So
yeah, his response was, yes, we do know what we're doing. Like that's what he just said.
I don't know. All right. Well, that's part of it again. But yeah, deliberate wording is important there, as it's destroy, not discard. Rawhide Rumble, more beat chest.
And more clashing with these block cards.
Saint has been pretty steadfast at 10 for a while here. Melody. We got there. All right, so in the same vein, ladies and gentlemen, that these players are kind of seeing a lot of these cards for the first time and piecing them together to create attack patterns and play the game. You and I, Craig, are the same way.
Right in the same boat.
Yeah, we are definitely along for the ride. And that boat is going 100 kilometers an hour and doing barrel rolls like the other day. Yeah.
It's just donut spins over and over.
Definitely. It's like, let's aim directly for this tree. And then at the last second, maybe we get out of the way.
Maybe we'll avoid it. That's exciting.
Hey, a generic. We've seen this one before.
Yeah, this is a reprint.
Yeah, this is Rally the Rear Guard. So it's a 6 attack, costs you 2. Now, again, the Might token's going to give this a little pat on the back again to go up to 7 and hit a little break point. And again, if you're wondering, hey, what's in Saint's arsenal? Why has it been living there rent-free for a while? Well, that is a block card. That has planted its roots. It's going to bear fruit hopefully soon.
It's almost the opposite of rent-free. It is costing him.
Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. No, it is definitely. He planted that a while ago, and he's going to harvest some disappointment. That's coming.
No, but I think the Victor deck has been playing out exactly how Saint would want it to play out, where he's blocking very effectively. He's winning almost all of these clashes, and then he's coming back with one big attack each turn.
That makes sense. Again, Victor Goldmane is a Guardian, and Guardians just want to swing big. They don't want to get too cute about it at times. They want to make big, uncomfortable attacks that you have to donate cards to. It's not just about the big number, but also card equity as well. I'm going to pitch one, send one, but you're going to give 2 to block it, and maybe I leak through for 1 or 2. So it's a grindy game as a Guardian, and we all know that. I mean, the Starvo days of just, rolling tide of these huge disruptive attacks that you can chain together, that's not a thing anymore. Guardians kind of play with, they'll have their big explosive turns, their big disruptive turns, but in this format, these precons, it is more of a grindy format.
And again, the grindstone might come into play here if Saint decides to lean a little more defensively, if he draws a couple of hands that don't have any of these big attacks we're talking about. Melody's down to 2, and she's going to have to be blocking a lot every turn. And even on the off turns, the grindstone is a great attack. There's
one counter on the Stonewall Impasse. Mm-hmm. It does have built-in, just like on print, it has the 1 block value. It doesn't mean it's useless yet, because when you do block with it, you clash, and if you clash and win, it gets +1. So it still has a conditional 1 block, but it's going to take a little bit of luck in order to get it out of there, but it's still not a useless piece of equipment by any means just yet. In fact, I mean, just clashing off the top. What if you clash and find one of those, if you clash and win cards, like Thunk, let's say.
Yep, perfect example. And I believe that the first time around that Saint blocked with it, he did win the clash and got the full 2 points of value out of it.
Now, I'm looking at Test of Vigor, which is one of those block cards, and I absolutely get why Saint may have just instinctually jammed it in the arsenal, because you see 4 block, and you're like, it's a defense reaction.
Yep.
Just throw it in there.
All it does is block.
Yeah. When this defense, so what Test of Vigor is, it's a block card, and again, if you're not familiar with block, it is usually above rate in terms of block value. It doesn't really, cost you anything, but its only purpose is to be thrown in front of the fire, as it were, is to get, it's fodder is what it is. This one here, Test of Vigor, says when this defense clash with the attacking hero, the winner creates a Vigor token. So again, it's 4 block with upside.
Tons of upside. And I'm sure LSS has, a whole tracking system somewhere in HQ where they keep track of players arsenaling these block cards, and they're just like, "Yep, got another one," and they
for sure
put up another tick.
Yeah. 6 attack on the stack here. Saint has been living on 10 here for quite a while now. I think it's been about 3 or 4, maybe 5 turn cycles that he's just been existing there at half speed. But he's finally taking it because he sees Melody at 2 health, and he's got a hand. So
yeah, I would expect a big turn. Oh no, maybe we're just missing this block. They're just shortcutting here.
All right, well, there it is. Okay, so he's finally kind of gone to single digits. Saint down to 9. Drawing up Melody at 2.
Yep, and that was a little bit of a rough turn for Melody, where the agility token got popped. Sure, the attack has to go again, but she has no resources to do anything else with it. She played beast mode and didn't get the additional buff on the attack, so it was just a little bit of a rough turn.
We saw, I believe it was in round 3, Carolina versus Yui, where both players were playing on a razor's edge so early, and Carolina got just obliterated on that one massive KO turn, but managed to fight back and just survive at a low health total and claw her way back. And ultimately, it was a reckless swing that kind of ended that game.
But yeah, just kind of 1-1 at the end of the game there. So we'll see if we've got another finish like that.
All right, so one piece of equipment left on both sides here. Again, if you're counting the offhand with the Stonewall Impasse, different.
So Melody's starting the turn by cashing in the Monstrous Veil. This is the Rhinar specialization headpiece. And she's going to destroy it to draw a card and then discard a random card, and it has go again. So this is a big enabler for Rhinar, where you're hoping to discard a 6 attack, intimidate them, and turn on some of your other cards.
All right, so it is time in the round, including the extension as well, that they had to benefit from. So the procedure, if I'm not mistaken on this, is the player who is active gets to complete their turn, and then the other player gets to have one more kick at the can to close it out. If not, it is a draw.
Yep.
So you got to do your best here. Unfortunately, I think Saint can even just sort of wave this one through.
Sure, yeah. You say, all right, I can block with my shield if I want to. He could block with his cards in his hand if they're not going to be effective on his next turn. But
I feel like you always want to block with your shield here, because you might find something like Thunk to win a clash and get a bonus off of a token there. All right, so if Saint's blocking, it's because it's a card that's completely expendable. And again, the procedure is that Melody's going to complete this turn, and then Saint is going to have one more go. So if Saint can't close it out here, then it will be a draw. However, I don't believe there's any dominate effects in this, so it's going to take some theatrics, perhaps.
Well, maybe just one of those brute hands with 0 blocks.
That is true. How many of those are there?
I don't think there's a ton in the precons. It's pretty punishing for new players, but there's obviously always the possibility of it happening.
Never happened, though. It is going to be covered up here as Thunk gets skunked, and it's going to be a draw here in round number 5 of the Celebrational. Again, heavy hitters blitz precon decks, and the fun part about this, Craig, was the fact that neither of these players not only had no clue what the contents of each deck were, they had no clue what deck they were even going to be handed. So that is a very, very fun part of this entire experience.
Well, and I think it's even more interesting. They don't know what to expect out of the opponent's deck. At least when you get handed
true,
the
yeah.
deck, you get a couple of minutes, you look through it, you get an idea of what's going on. You don't know what's on the other side of the board there.
It is surprises all around, and a lot of inquisitive looks and a lot of pensive thought to be had there in those matchups. But we saw a little bit about what these precons can do, and at the end of the day, it was a draw, and you get a little bit more experience with these cards. And again, if you're looking at this and saying like, "Oh, it was a draw," that's not exciting. Keep in mind again that the players picked it up unwrapped it, had no clue what was in it, and we're saying it's just like ready, set, go. So with a little bit more practice, a little bit more experience, my guess is in rounds number 2 and the second round of Precon and the third round of Precon are going to go, and we will have a lot more fireworks, a lot more resolution.
Well, you say that, but you get a new deck each round.
Right, but like, for example, like let's say Melody just faced off against Victor Goldmane. If she gets Victor Goldmane,
then she has a pretty good idea.
Right, she'll know a little bit more.
If she doesn't,
no, but if she doesn't, it's going to be a lot more of.
But I'll tell you what I liked about this matchup that we watched is both the decks kind of did some of the things that you want to see the decks do. You know, we got to see some beat chest and some discard for some buffs, and on the other side we got to see some clashes. There were a lot of tokens on the board that got swung to the next turn for some little additional buffs. The armor looks awesome in this set. I love all of the different text on the armor. So this is just a really fun matchup, and I look forward to a lot more of this.
As am I, definitely. I'm looking ready to throw some coin down and do some wagering.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. No, at the casino down the road,
Okay,
dude.
yeah, that'll work out well for you.
Yeah. So here's what we do. We line up at Fergburger. We put our order in. Maybe throw some dice, little craps, you know?
Little back alley crabs.
If you want, man, just
with the burgers.
Sure, why not? We'll throw bones in the back alleys of Queenstown. But we do have another round of Precon Blitz. No word yet as to who it will be, but once we get that information, we will pass it along. I think we might take a little breather. What do you say, Craig?
Short break.
All right, short break. We'll come back with more here in Queenstown, New Zealand. It's the Celebrational, friends. Round number 6 around the corner. Craig. We're calling an audible here.
Okay.
Again, we want to give the players a little bit of a chance to know what they're up against here. So what we're going to do for round number 6 here of the Queenstown Celebrational, again, this is the Precon portion. Mm-hmm. We're going to let the players not only have a quick look at their own deck, we're going to do a little swap-a-roo and do a little review, because we want to know kind of a little bit of what they're up against and have a little bit more of a fun experience of both sides here. So that's what's happening.
And I also think it's in an effort to speed things up just a little bit so that each player doesn't have to read every single card every time they're played.
Sure. This is called the Brody Spurlock contingency plan, to speed things up and to make sure that it is, that nothing goes to time.
Okay. If it's okay. Yep. I'm not touching that.
You don't have to. It's all good. Brody's cool with these jokes. He's around the corner. It's all good. So it's going to be Carolina Alvarado on Betsy versus, who do we miss? We'll figure it out. Mystery Meat.
Okay.
Andrew.
Yeah.
Andrew Hines from Dice Commando.
Dice Commando.
I believe he's on Rhinar?
Correct.
All right, cool. So more intimidation, but how the hell do you intimidate that? How do you intimidate this, friends? This does not get intimidated. This does not get perturbed. This doesn't even get, bothered in any way, shape, or form. This is Betsy.
Yeah, I mean, flavor-wise, Betsy's definitely my favorite hero from the set.
I will say this. If anyone knows stuff about flavor, I think it would be Betsy.
Ooh, I see.
All right. So it's going to be Betsy. We get our first kick at the can of Betsy. There it is. The player playing Betsy is going to be Carolina Alvarado again. And like I said, the benchmark of cosplay in terms of execution, ingenuity, creativity, and performance.
Yeah, looking at these results, first, second, first, retired. Right? Like we had to push her out of the game to give some other people a chance.
And I'll say this, sometimes you go first, second, and you're like, oh no, I'm on the decline.
Don't got it anymore.
Strong, and just finishes on top, and that's how it goes. And now it's just kind of like, the beautiful part about it is just not just that she's retired. It's not like she's just kind of disappeared. She is helping others. She is very much not rejuvenating, but improving and otherwise just, expanding the cosplay culture here in Flesh and Blood. And it has honestly exploded. And so many people are into cosplay right now, and it is so awesome. And it is very much in large part due to Carolina.
Yeah, and I love to see it. I love all aspects of the game where we have the altruists that have all of this talent, and then we've got the cosplayers who like to dress up. We've got the competitive players who practice, and just blow me away every time we've got big events. We've got the casual players. We've got the collectors. It's just such a whole complete community. And to come out here and have, different people from all facets of the community is just such a treat. And I'm really enjoying every round of it.
And another facet of the community would be content creation, of which Dice Commando, that's Andrew Hines, who is the Dice Commando. His go-to mantra is Go Commando. Which, when we were at the Hot Springs this evening,
no,
the Brian with the hard no, because he knows that we are going to be in a group together for the little spa day that we're going to have afterwards for my birthday.
The fact that you keep floating the possibility of this.
My birthday suit, Go Commando. It's written in the cosmos, man. What am I supposed to do? I'm just here along for the ride.
Wear a bathing suit. That is what you're supposed to do.
Well, I didn't pack one.
Oh, jeez.
But yes, he has been a content creator. He has been with Flesh and Blood, promoting the game, talking about it, and really just since day one.
He puts out a ton of videos.
And they're excellent videos. I have been on his podcast having a chat with him, a great dude. The beautiful part about it as well, as we go to the game right now, is that after I was on a conversation on one of his videos, he sent me a thank you card in the mail.
Oh, that's so cool.
Total pro. I don't do that. So
yeah, I was about to say, I've been on your podcast.
You have. What did you get other than annoyed?
Yeah.
Nothing.
Yeah.
All right. So let's go to the game right now. Again, it's going to be round number 6 of the Precon portion of the Celebrational. Carolina Alvarado on Betsy versus Andrew Hines on Rhinar.
Oh, these graphics are so cool.
Looks like she's just waiting for the Big Mac. just
the mouth is open.
Yeah. She's just waiting for people to throw McNuggets in there, kind of like a carnival game.
Oh, stop it.
I will stop it. All right.
Listen, you wanted some wagering.
I did want some wagering.
This is a wagering hero.
It is definitely a wagering here, which is what we wanted. So let's start the game, my friend. Again, Betsy versus Rhinar. And Thunk is a little bit of that was from the previous game again, but wagering, cloche, these are all new keywords that are going to be important with heavy hitters, which is going to be releasing soon. All right, so again, Betsy, a guardian hero, and I got to reveal a Betsy specialization, the Good Times Chapeau, which is really awesome, as the first attack that comes through is money where your mouth is. And I'm not, it says yeah.
Yeah.
It says yeah.
Yeah.
It's a generic action.
My mom would be so upset.
Money where your mouth is. Perfect. That's like 90s hip hop right there. That's a Brian card, right? No? Okay. So your next attack this turn will get +3. And when this attack hits a hero, you may wager. So we might finally get to see a wager of a gold token, which is great. And what about her kit? Let's talk about Betsy's kit. The weapon, the shield that's there, everything there. She's rocking with High Riser. And High Riser is a pay 3 attack if you've drawn a card this turn, +1. And if you've got gold tokens, that's very much in play over here. So you're going to be able to, as a one-handed option here, wager, create gold, draw cards, and it improves your High Riser. That is the Bone Breaker Bellow, and again, she is using the Good Time Chapeau. So the timing of the release of the spoiler for this card was actually spot on.
Yeah, sometimes things just work out.
Sometimes they worked out. Again, Good Time Chapeau, a lot of chatter online. So I spoiled this card through Twitter, and a lot of the discussion that I've been looking at has been discussion about this card being like, this seems like, maybe last year this might have been a Majestic, this definitely could have been 100%. A Majestic power level, a potential block 3, and the utilization of it, when you use it, you don't break it. It can be used multiple times, which is excellent value. And you got to think that when you're toning down the rarity of a card that's this powerful, you're thinking about draft, and you want to improve draft process.
Yep. Yes. It's going to be a big bump for Betsy in the draft format. And I mean, you said it. This card is so good. It's so good.
All right. So on the other's hand there, she's got the High Riser. On the right hand, on the left hand, she is with the Blood Dyed Oval. And its defense value is essentially the number of opposing heroes with greater health than you, and it's Blade Break. So we're talking UPF here. Sure. This is going to only get better when you see more players around the table than you. This could potentially block for, if you're playing a 4-player UPF, this can block for 3, which is very, very potent. Hey, what card is that in the bottom right corner?
Do you mean the equipment for the Rhinar player?
Sure, we'll say that. All right. So Andrew Hines here on Rhinar, we saw some of these Rhinar cards. Again, the full arts are those special kind of attributed to those particular heroes. And if you want the full art, you got to get the Precons.
And Andrew's effectively doing what we said we wanted to see out of the Brute deck here, where he's able to beat chest, make a go-again attack because he's discarded the card, and then potentially make another attack in the turn as well. 7 go again. We've seen, we're very familiar with Blood Rush Bellows into Mandible Claw's 5 go agains. We've seen that time and time again. But a 7 go again off of a Mandible Claw, pretty gross. Yeah, and this could be 7 into 4 out of the Ball Breaker.
Yeah, finally, exactly. And we're seeing how the attack pattern has kind of changed. And like you mentioned, if you're going double Mandible Claw with the go again, you're usually ending the chain with the attack action. In this case, you're ending the chain with the Ball and Chain, as it were, the Ball Breaker, as it attacks for cost 2. But if you've discarded a card with 6 or more, it gets +1. So ending with a reliable 4 like that is pretty good. As Carolina now down to 14, getting a use of every little bit of the arsenal here, which is, a little scratch and claw, and then the old Ball and Chain.
So I think Carolina should still have her headpiece. I might have missed a block earlier in the game with it, but if it was the first block, I think it should still be there. We'll have someone check on it.
Oh, the good time chapeau.
The chapeau.
The chapeau, the party hat, as
The
it
party
were.
hat.
Yeah, it does. So it has built in a two points of block in it, but it has temper. So the first block doesn't destroy it. And I would imagine that you kind of want to keep it around because it does have the added bonus of you can destroy a gold you control, and your next attack this turn gets, when it hits, wager a might and a vigor token.
Yeah, and we got it straightened out, so we're there.
Purpose is back on board. Bigger than big. So we've had even bigger than that, and then we've got bigger than big. Someone needs to talk to LSS about dimensions.
You think that they don't have an engineer that works for them?
And they have a lawyer. There's a Bonebreaker Bellow. Beat chest again. Full art. Looks beautiful. Into Pack Hunt. Now, Pack Hunt is nothing new. We've seen this card again, but it does round out these precons very nicely. A 6 attack. Costs you 2. When this attacks, Intimidate.
Yeah, and I think we're seeing the double Intimidate turn. So Carolina's going to have to, block with the cards that are left behind. Doesn't leave her many options.
Well, she's thrown her hat in the ring, but not for good reasons, unfortunately, as that is a pretty big pack hunt that came to the party. So we're going to start over. Bigger than big. Let's see here. Bigger than big. Again, it's an aura, and Guardian has a lot of these auras. They just don't typically see a lot of play. I mean, Showtime, you see a lot of those in the Bravo specialization, but a lot of those auras that will buff future turns and such. In this case, at the start of your turn, destroy bigger than big. Then the next Guardian attack gets +5, and when it attacks, you may wager a might token. So you play it, you pop it, and then you'll have a pretty good time here. So the bigger than big is going to connect with, what do we see there? That looks like, is that Concuss? I believe that is Concuss. And this is a good one because Concuss is now connecting with bigger than big. So it's going to have a really nice on-hit effect. And as you can see, Andrew wants nothing to do with this. Just no thank you.
Yeah, it takes the whole hand, some of the armor. And it's interesting because Carolina's going to lose the wager for the might token, but it's not going to matter because Andrew on the other side doesn't have a hand.
Right? Yeah, absolutely.
So the wager was a bit of a free roll in this situation. And now Carolina's going to have that juicy 4-card hand. And potentially, if she can wager here, she'll have the extra resources to pay into Betsy to get the bonus.
Cards also just feel different when they're unsleeved.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah.
It makes me feel like I'm, kind of 15 again, playing card games for the first time.
You just feel like a savage at certain times.
I'm like, does anyone have a rubber band for me to put around these cards?
Put them in your back pocket.
Yeah.
So Carolina now did find a lot of momentum. She may not have actually punched through for damage, but she did get to an opportunity here to just have another shot at it. And unfortunately, the cards that she picked up, it wasn't just kind of like a bunch of razzle-dazzle. It's just going to be pitching 3 cards to smack reality.
All right, this isn't a wager with a buff, but it is a very effective, 4-card hand. We said earlier that the Guardians often have trouble making multiple attacks in a turn, so you just want to focus on making the biggest attack that you can. And coming in for 9 is a very effective big attack.
Smack of Reality also has a new keyword on it.
Mm-hmm.
Tower. Well, new-ish.
Newish, yeah, that's fair.
You can throw ish at the end of anything and get away with whatever you want.
Yeah.
Yeah, ish. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, ish.
So Tower, I mean, it's not a bad card to pick up here. I mean, Carolina looked at the hand that she had, and she did manage to actually send 9 attack, which is still not bad for cards that maybe didn't coalesce the way she would have wanted. Mm-hmm. There wasn't, non-attack into a big thing that she could have done. So, but sending 9 either way is not a bad, consolation prize in that regard, as she's buying cards out of Andrew's hand, connecting for a little bit of damage, and now that means that the return fire is not going to be as aggressive.
Yep, and we see a Bare Fangs that's going to whiff. So coming in for a very honest 6.
Carolyn hasn't really used the weapon much yet.
Nope. She's been doing a pretty good job of presenting more damage than the weapon would generally represent.
Certainly. Also worth noting here that her blood dyed oval is now, quote unquote, online, as it were. It has value because it does get +1 defense for every other opponent that has a higher health total than you. Mm-hmm. So you do have 1 block off of it. That's as most as you'll get in this case. Yeah. But at a certain point, you have to get value out of it. I think that you're going to have to throw it in front, even if there's no on hit that you're like kind of closing out a break point. You might as well send it in front. It represents 1 extra life. You got to get value out of it at some point. But at the same time, if you end the game with it still on, but you won, who cares at that rate? I mean,
yeah, you're right. But I think you do make a good point that you need to just kind of be aware that the number of situations where you can block with this card are limited, and you need to pounce on one of them.
So she's setting up another bigger than big, which is going to really improve the next attack here. And she's studying the cards because, again, it's one thing to play bigger than big, but it's not peeling cards out of Andrew's hand. So you're kind of hoping that maybe what he's sending is not really going to be that aggressive. And I'm hoping that maybe you find a card that's just like a blue pitch into, a so-so attack that gets beefed up by bigger than big. But 8 attack here, and she's just saying, okay, so I thought she may have just waved off and said no.
I think there was just a discussion about which cards had been played and how much it's coming in for.
Right. Which is 8. The agile wind up. 7 attack, and again, at instant speed here, you can go ahead and discard this to create an agility token, but it's on the board, can't do that. That would be kind of a little cool, like a smoke and mirrors play. All right, I'll block. Whoops. She gone. All right, so Caroline's getting value off of the oval here.
And yeah, and I do like blocking with it here, especially when you have the even bigger than big. There's a good chance that your opponent's going to have to let a bunch of damage leak next turn.
Hold on, it's bigger than big. Don't give the devs an idea for a card, and then they'd be like, "We came up with this." Yeah,
I've just mashed 2 different cards together.
Yeah, it's going to be that meme of "I made this," and then you made this. No, I made this. Yeah, it's going to be. We're going to see even bigger than big in a future set. So bigger than big, still looming large here. Andrew has to sort of take into account the fact the next thing Caroline is going to send is going to be buffed up by 5.
And this will turn on a lot of these tower effects.
Sure.
So we'll see if Caroline is able to show up with one of them. Ooh, I like this.
This is wage gold. Now it's universal, and while it is in any zone, which is another cool new keyword.
Yes.
While it's in any zone, this is the same class as your hero. So is the combat chain a zone?
Yes, it is.
So it's a guardian card, and it gets a nice boost.
So yeah, normally this would be a generic, and the bigger than big would not buff it. But because it has this new keyword ability, it does get the buff, and Caroline is going to go ahead and make this wager, which I love.
So we finally see a wager. She is wagering.
Yeah.
All right. Now, again, the wager is when the chain link resolves, basically, if you hit, creates the gold token, which is whatever the wager is. Now, 12 is a tall order. So if you've got 3/3 blocks, I think you're kind of winning either way to a degree. If you're Carolina, it's like, all right, well, maybe I lost the wager, but I got everything out of your hand.
No, but she's going to win this wager and leak damage and arsenal a card. This is a big win this turn.
Huge win. Definitely. So Carolina picking up a gold token as well.
Yep.
Andrew down to 8. Threw 3 cards in front of that behemoth of an attack. And Universal, again, a very cool new keyword.
Well, I mean, it's exciting in the possibilities that it opens up moving forward, where we might see more of these types of cards pop up here and there.
All right, fighting back with a pack hunt for 5. I believe it's a blue pack hunt.
Mm-hmm. And it looks like it's getting buffed by a might token.
So just 5 here, but again, that represents everything that Carolina's got left here in terms of life total. So you obviously have to respect this to a certain degree. Is it 1 card? Is it 2? We'll see. What does Betsy have in hand here that can send back? Oh, there's a card. Remember Lunging Press?
I do remember Lunging Press.
I love that card. No one expects the lunging press on top of a Command and Conquer.
Well, and they shouldn't.
That's a very good point.
No, there was definitely a time where lunging press was a pretty interesting card. But I think in general, the card pool has grown big enough to where most decks can find something that's more specific at what they're trying to do.
Sure, but I mean, everyone's heard a story of the player who puts 6 block in front of a Command and Conquer because there's nothing floating, and then out of the arsenal comes lunging press to absolutely eat your lunch. It's the worst feeling, but it has happened. There's Concuss. Again, when this hits, if it has greater than its base, which I believe it does, and there's the lunging press. Oh, I'm sorry. Craig. I'm sorry.
Oh, man.
Can we just get a quick view of the audience?
Do not rewind the tape.
Everybody, let's just get a quick view of the audience if we can, because I want people to everybody point at Craig right now. Point at Craig and say, yeah. There we go. Perfect. The timing. That is my birthday gift, I think. I think that's the universe saying happy birthday, Flake.
That was great. I appreciate that happened. I just wish it happened to you.
I feel so bad, Craig. I'm actually going to wear a bathing suit at the spa today.
Don't tease me.
Oh, boy. All right, so back at it. So we've already seen Victor Goldman in the previous game.
Mm-hmm.
We get a double dip of Rhinar here.
Yep.
And now we get to have a look at Betsy. My guess is that if we can get an Olympia Kassai, I think there's a lot of Kassai fans out there who are dying to see this hero make it back into the fray.
I think I'm still traumatized by Centauri Sabers.
Like blood on her hands?
Just no, even from a limited aspect, just not being able to effectively block with your cards.
Sure. All right, so another Intimidate effect.
This is 8. This is a great 2-card hand.
Bare Fangs. So again, draw, discard. Standard Rhinar fare here. Punching above its weight, but again, like we said, this card reeks of brutishness because it blocks for, we don't even think about it. We don't talk about it.
The null block that we will not be discussing.
It's kind of like, like Smash with Big Tree. Like you're basically saying we don't block here. We just want to end the game quickly, but that's kind of what this is, this Bare Fangs. Looking to put it away here. It's a 2-card block minimum. Possibly 3 here. Now, perhaps, is this a situation here, Craig, where you think Carolina's just going to go ahead and just kind of eat all this damage up with some cards from hand and just pocket a card and just say, let's see what you got. Maybe you sort of fall flat on your follow-up turn, and I can actually play a 3-card hand, maybe double block and have a 3-card hand that can finally get me back into it. Because Carolina's done a good job here of whittling away Andrew's life total.
Yeah, I think if Carolina had a blue card that got intimidated out of her hand, it's possible she just wants to swing with the hammer here, because a lot of times the blue cards aren't ones that you want to be arsenaling.
Honestly, I forgot that those weapons were even there.
Sure.
Yeah. Dust those bad boys off. Start swinging.
Okay, and she chose to arsenal it, so that's an interesting choice, and we'll see if, like you said, she's able to cobble together a 2-card, 3-card hand where she uses the arsenal to really put a hand over the top.
So once again, just to remind everyone, this is round 6 of 7 today. We started with 4 rounds of Underdog Blitz. Very cool format.
Oh, it's so much fun.
I really, really like that format. That was a lot of fun. And I will say this, I predicted that we were going to see a lot of Levia. I don't know, what we saw on screen, but I don't know if there was others out there. I thought there was going to be a lot of Levia, but it was Prism who kind of stole the show, frankly.
Oh, for sure. But it's funny, you go and talk to the players and we watched Mara get just like really rolled up. I believe she ended up at 3-1.
Oh, bounce back.
Yeah.
Again. Yeah. Lead with speed. So the next Brute or Warrior, again, some of those dual class cards coming into play here. Oh boy, again, talking with my buddy Charmer about how he mentioned that this set has some of the best card names ever. Pound Town. On the same screen as Ball Breaker.
Yeah. I'm not sure.
I'm not sure either, man.
Grandma might be watching at home.
Exactly. Yeah, well,
puts me in an awkward spot.
Hey, it says it right on the pack, 16 plus. Okay, give me a break. More Beat Chest on Pound Town. These all sound like tracks off of like a Wu-Tang album.
Sure. Just really gritty. Yeah.
All right, so again, Beat Chest is an optional sort of targeted discard of a 6 or greater. In which case, that's where you get the Beat Chest options or the Beat Chest benefits, as it were. Did he beat Chest?
So he's looking at a couple of tokens on the board, so I believe he did.
Sure. I didn't. I mean, none of them are actually just given the old, Wolf of Wall Street kind of on this one.
That's a pretty good reference.
All right, so finally, reach into the bag of tricks here. It is the Mandible Claw. 4 go again. Again, the Might token is going to give this a little bit of some boots here, a little bit of a lift.
Yeah,
to go up to 4.
The Might token and the Agility token giving it go again.
Well, the go again was from the discard of it's from the Agility. Higher powers whispered in my ear.
Okay.
And plus you are also.
Yeah, you just didn't believe me when I said it. I understand.
Can you blame me? All right, so 4 block here. And following it up.
This is a great swing from turn to turn.
I mean, you have to, at a certain degree, when you have 2 weapons like that, you have to sort of maximize the go again potential in order, especially when Carolina is down to 2.
Yep.
Make it awkward, try to find breakpoints and just whittle away here. As there's Andrew Hines from the Dice Commando. He is the Dice Commando, and he is the winner.
Yeah, he just did a very effective job of using the 4-card hands to swing the tokens to the next turn, make multiple large attacks each turn. It was a pretty impressive run here out of the Rhinar deck.
Yeah, this is definitely not an easy format to play in. Again, precons with minimal to no preparation, frankly, is very, very difficult to navigate here, as really it was back and forth for a while there. Carolina put on some very, very heavy attacks there with bigger than big combining with some other Guardian attacks was very, very vicious. And to her credit, that she did just buy the farm in terms of Andrew Hines' side.
Well, and I liked the wager on the very big attacks, because this is something I hadn't even thought about. When you lose those wagers, if your opponent has no hand, it doesn't matter. You didn't lose anything. Yeah,
you're spot on. Absolutely. All right, so round 6 in the books. I wanted to actually talk quickly because I think it was on Monday in Auckland, we had a nice tour of LSS Studios, and then my good friend Matt Rogers said, why don't you come down to PCG grading and come have your crap graded, because I know it's garbage. And I said, let's go, my friend.
I'm sure that's exactly how he phrased it.
I'm paraphrasing, okay? Yeah. There's a little bit of a lost in translation. He speaks some weird New Zealand English. I speak the proper Canadian English. And anyways, we came to, through an interpreter, I brought my scuffed Anathos. Okay, this mofo has been through hell and back with me. It's my cold foil Anathos that is, by God, I think this was like behind my Visa in my wallet for a while.
Yeah,
like
that's a good spot to keep it.
Yeah, I just did not care. I play with it. That's what it's for. But I said, you know what? Let's go see the process. So I went to PCG grading in Auckland. Matt walked me through. Byron and Bradley at PCG did the grading, and I followed along. I actually recorded the entire process, which I'll get to that, and I'll show you guys that down the road in a few weeks. But it is a 7.5, baby. A round of applause for a 7.5.
A solid 7.5.
Solid 7.5. But the beauty of this, that's all I wanted. Yes. There goes the budget, friends. Did you notice that when they pressed that audio, the screen went off?
We went under.
Yeah, that's it. But yeah, so the Anathos did come back as a 7.5, but I did send some other cards in, and they are in this box. And I have no clue what they're coming back as graded.
Oh, this is exciting.
I am actually quite excited to see what we get. So why don't we have a little look?
Yeah, let's bust in here.
All right. Keep in mind, Matt, it's my birthday. So if they're less than 9, I'm going to send them back.
There are a lot of cards in this box.
I think there's 4. So I gave him 4 to grade.
Nice.
Yeah. Now, I'm going to go with, again, I have no clue what the grades are. So I'm going to kind of cover it up from the back because I don't see it.
Big reveal.
The big reveal. I put this in the back so I can't see it. This one here is a cold foil Oldham. Cold foil Oldham signed by James White. Let's see. And the grade is? That's a 9. All right, it's a 9. That's not bad.
Yeah.
All right, we'll take that. Then we got this is a rainbow foil tunic.
These are some sweet cards you're getting graded.
Signed by James White. And survey says, 095,
wow.
baby.
That's a juicy one.
I'm honestly surprised. I'm honestly very surprised about this because I opened this in my very first booster box of Flesh and Blood.
So it's been with you forever.
Forever, for like 3 or 4 years. And I treated this like a stepchild. Like, it was just so terrible. I abused this thing. Yeah, no, this thing was folded in half in like my pocket for most of the time.
But it wasn't. It came back at 9.5.
That might be the birthday part. That's the birthday gift part of it. I have a Arcanite skull cap.
Okay.
Rainbow foil.
Signed
by James White.
That's so sweet.
Let's see what we got. Survey says that was an 8. That's a real fat 8. Where did I lose on this? I'll have to double check.
Yeah, the way you said that, you were kind of crestfallen on that one.
I honestly, I'm just surprised at the tunic. But there's one more, my coveted piece, which those are all done in Fab Slab, by the way.
Okay.
But this one, I already know what it is. But this one I got in standard because this is probably one of my favorite pieces from my collection. It is a cold foil pre-errata Briar that I got at Canadian Nationals.
Nice.
My first ever Nationals. And it is signed by James White and Othon Nicolaitis, and it is in 8.5. So once again, there you go. You guys can go check out PCG Grading. They did good work. You guys can check out the whole process. I recorded it all. You guys can see start to finish the care they take and all that other jam.
Dude, that was great.
Yeah, it was awesome. I've never in my life had cards graded. I used to be a massive comic book collector, so I knew a lot about comic book grading and comic book stuff like that, but I never did cards or that. So this was very fascinating for me to check that out. So there we go.
Perfect.
Wonderful.
All right. So what are we doing here? Short break. One more round.
Right. One more round. Short break. And we will be back with one more pre-con round. I hope it's going to be a Kassai and a Olympia. I would love to see those heroes.
Awesome. Yeah.
I think it would be awesome. We'll try to get that for you. I know there's a lot of Kassai fans out there that want to see Kassai back on the big screen. So we'll try to get that happen. Kassai confirmed.
Wow.
Just like that.
Wow.
Snap the fingers.
You asked for it, you get it.
We wagered, we clashed, we won.
Grade these cards for me.
Yes.
Give me Kassai. Do my bidding.
I am Victor Goldmane.
Yeah.
Perfect. All right, friends, don't go too far. We will be right back to the Celebrational in Queenstown. We got one more round of pre-constructed decks. So, Kassai around the bend. One more to go here, Craig. It is round number 7 at the Celebrational. Again, unique formats from day to day here. We had 4 rounds of Underdog Blitz. We're just about to complete the 3rd round of the Precon Blitz. Again, it's kind of like you talk about mystery heroes. We know who the heroes are. You just don't know what you're going to get.
Yeah, and I've been spending time in between each round just reading through all of these decks, and there's just so many interesting little facets. I feel like the Precons have gotten better and better and better over time, and these just, really, really interesting. Each deck plays out unique and different. It definitely gives you the base of cards that you want to be doing what these heroes do, and I just have an absolute blast seeing them in action here.
It's great. It's a lot of fun, and finally, the wait is over. When you were in, or like being in Barcelona, right, and seeing the speech that James gave about the future, and then the video that was produced, and the uproar of the crowd,
excitement for Kassai.
When we finally saw the return of Kassai, there were so many people who were absolutely over the moon that one of their favorite heroes, if not their favorite hero, has made a return. She had such an impact on the player base in terms of not just potency, but the style of play and just what she brought to the table, and she is finally back.
Yeah, and Kassai just thematically is just such a cool hero. Just wandering through the sands, trying to win some gold, to raise an army, to go take back her homelands. Like, this is just such a cool story too.
It is great. The lore for Flesh and Blood and how it entwines within the game, the game design, the card design. It's a fantastic thing. And again, round number 7 of the day is right around the corner. We're going to get a Kassai. We're not entirely sure what the opponent will be, but we just locked down a Kassai. It's Rhinar again.
There it is. Okay.
Well, hey, we get a Kassai. You gotta pay the toll, and that is Rhinar. So we're going to see more intimidate factor, but Kassai is there. So no Olympia, no Kayo today, but we got another day of action tomorrow.
Sure. 2 more formats.
2 more different formats. Can we go take a look at what those formats are going to be for tomorrow? Why don't we have a go look at that? So once again, that's what we've got today. We're completing here the rounds 5 through 7, but it's tomorrow, Craig, 8 through 10.
Yeah, heavy hitter solo. I'm really excited to see what some of our players have been able to concoct. They've only had 2 days to skim over the set and decide what they want to put in their decks. So, this is just an absolute chaos to me. If I was one of the players in this event and they were just like, here you go, here's all the cards in the set, you have 2 days, put together an awesome deck and beat up on everyone else, I'd be ripping my hair out. So I can't wait to see what the players come up with for this.
Precisely. And they only have access to this one set. You have access to everything, but you can't go outside of the pool that is heavy hitters. So that's how we're going to kick off day 2, rounds 8 through 10. Are going to be heavy hitters solo CC. But I think it's the finals that is absolutely bonkers. So we kind of teased it there, but we're going to have to get through rounds 11 through 13, which is, I have mentioned it multiple times. All I want to do is call Living Legend games.
So on the spectrum of power level, the Precons are got to be on one end of the spectrum, right? Really fun to play, some interesting matches, a lot of gameplay. Living Legends on the complete opposite end of the spectrum. It's the best of the best. All the players are trying to do unfair things every single turn. And like you said, I absolutely love watching it.
It's great. It's like this legacy fantasy draft kind of thing where you're picking, I want Tiger Woods and Wayne Gretzky on my team. It's like, okay, well, you get everybody. You get all the all-stars here. As you see right there in the middle, Bravo, star of the show. Hey, Lexi actually is in the front row of the picture. There are a lot of people out there who actually say, you know what? I think she can throw down. I think there's an opportunity here. And Chain in the back was the first boogeyman.
Yeah. Chain is one of the OG retired Living Legend heroes. Bravo, at Worlds, we had a Living Legends Battle Hardened, right? And we saw Bravo take 15 of the top 16 slots in that format. So since then, it's been nerfed a little bit, dialed back with some restrictions. I'm super interested to see if Bravo still has it, is able to compete with these other decks that haven't been nerfed to a point that Bravo has.
Well, they definitely have a chance now because we're going to see the banned and restricted changes on display for the first time. And that Bravo got raked over the coals pretty hard off this one.
Yep.
There's a lot of cards that are now going to become one-ofs. Oakenold, and there's so many other cards that are just going to be sort of either out of the picture or really honed down. You get one kick at the can with it.
Yep.
So does that mean that Remembrance comes into play, perhaps, to go find those cards again? We'll see. But we get our first look at the new look Living Legend format tomorrow, and that'll be rounds 11 through 13.
All right. And then you said the finals.
Day 3, baby. Friday.
This
the
is
finals.
The culmination of all of this event. And we're going to be playing best of 3, different formats for each round.
Big time. I mean, you have to. This was a point of contention at the first Worlds in San Jose, where people are like, why do I have to play Blitz, or why do I have to play? Well, you want to be the best.
Yep.
Show us you're the best.
Yep.
Not in one format. Show us you're the best at Flesh and Blood, and that means you have to play Blitz. But in this case, Underdog Blitz. We're going to play heavy hitters solo, kind of similar to like a sealed to a degree. You have access to all the cards, but you have to keep it within heavy hitters, and then Living Legend.
Yeah, and just these exciting formats. We're going to see the higher seed decide first which format that they're going to battle with. And we said this earlier, you win this event, you get to make a card and have your likeness on it. It's hard to overhype how awesome that would be.
It's going to be fantastic. And the higher seed is going to get to pick what format first, and then the loser picks the second, and then whatever is left, we'll see how it goes. So, I'm crossing my fingers. I'm hoping that it goes to a third game, because I don't want one of these formats to be left aside. Sure. But I'm telling you, Craig, day 3, that's going to be on Friday. It's going to be short, but it's going to be sweet for sure.
Yeah, the hype. I mean, I don't want to stop today. 7 rounds, not enough.
Well, eventually got to eat, man.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Well,
no, do not. Newman is not for eating.
Okay.
Newman is there.
Just
as an Overwatch. Okay, so we've got the final one. I said it was Rhinar. That was my mistake. It's actually Kayo. So we do get to see Kayo into this format here. It is going to be Kassai. It is going to be Kayo. The final round here of the first day of the Celebrational is going to be Precon Blitz once more. So we were talking about underdogs and heavy hitters.
This is great.
Yeah. So LSS failed to inform the competitors that they are bringing their own heavy hitters in. They're bringing their own ringers.
Sneaking ringers into the pool of players.
Yeah. Bigger than big, for sure, are some of these players, as they have essentially been just crushing it forever when it comes to Flesh and Blood, because they're the ones practically who are playtesting and building and whatever. It is Ahmed, who is one of the account managers for Oceania, is going to be playing. And the opponent is versus Elliot from 1-2 Juice. There we go. So that piped through the old ear holes. So it's going to be Elliot versus Ahmed of LSS.
So one of my favorite videos that I've watched recently is a 1-2 Juice video where one of them is drawing the cards, and James White has to guess which card they're drawing.
Okay.
And obviously the artwork is not the best when they're drawing it. They're
subjective.
They're trying to do a good job, but freaking James White just picks them all off. He's like, "Oh, that's this. That's this. He just knows the artwork of every card. It blows my mind."
Yeah. Well, James, may live in a crystal palace made of, lined with gold, but he plays the game.
I think it's a palace that's only lined with Flesh and Blood cards.
And artwork and such, and every day.
Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't need unless he gets 10 in a row of guessing card art. But it's fascinating. Again, 1-2 Juice, excellent and amazing content creators who do some of the best skits that like you saw over there earlier. Some of my favorite videos are the types of Flesh and Blood.
A lot
players.
of really fun stuff.
It's funny, and I just hanging out with them outside in the hallways and such. They're so jovial, they're so positive, and they're so energetic. I love it. So it's going to be Elliot of 1-2 Juice versus Ahmed of LSS, the account manager for Oceania. It's going to be so damn cool to see how this goes down. We saw the absolute beatdown that the other LSS employee laid down on Mara Faris, who bounced back. She bounced back, but now there's Elliot at 3-3 versus Ahmed 2-4. All right, Ahmed, So a little fist bump to kick things off. Ahmed on Kassai, Elliot on Kayo. Let's kick it off. The final round of the Celebrational Day 1 here. Precon Blitz.
Kayo is such a unique hero. LSS is always showing us how they can expand the game into places that we're not used to seeing it, where it hasn't been before, and having an effect on a hero that alters all of your cards while they're not on the combat chain is just such a unique and interesting thing. And it's definitely just going to open up so many avenues for deck building. So just such an interesting hero.
Yeah, so somewhere down the line, he put his arm in a wood chipper or something. I don't know.
Yep.
You know when they say, like, keep your arms inside the vehicle at all times? He didn't get that part.
No, I think he made too many wagers.
Definitely. Yeah. All right. Well, he's certainly lighter than he was.
Yeah. Listen, if you're not able to pay up at the end of the week, someone's going to come knocking.
But again, part of the thematic brilliance of this card is, again, he's lost a hand. How is he going to hold another weapon? So he's only allowed one-handed weapon. But again, part of KO's kit here is the fact that attack action cards that you own get +1 attack while they're in any other zone other than the combat chain. So if they're the pitch zone, the discard pile, etc., that helps out for sure. And otherwise, if you do discard a card with 6 or more, you create a might token. So that 5 that you discarded is not on the combat chain; it's in the discard pile or zone. So it becomes a 6.
Yep.
So that helps you out for creating those might tokens, which then increase the attack potency of your own attacks. So it's very, very cool how these heroes have shaped up, and not only that, but the evolution of them, because this isn't the first iteration of Kayo, nor is it the first iteration of Kassai.
Yeah, new Kayo, really exciting. New Kassai, also really exciting. Kassai has a lot of moving parts we see here, where the ability requires you to have multiple cards of certain color pitches in your discard zone in order to enable it. You always want to be running the requisite number of blue cards in every deck. That's not really helping you. You want to be constantly filling up your deck. Just looking through the Precon quickly here, I saw a lot of cantrips, a lot of cards that replace themselves, that draw cards when you play them. And so that's going to give you the velocity to keep filling up your graveyard over and over, and then enable the Kassai ability from turn to turn.
And again, if you draw a card, your sword becomes cheaper to operate with and to swing with. And then again, once you do fill up the graveyard, much like Levia, for example, wants a graveyard to manipulate, to be able to use as a resource pool in itself, so does Kassai. She wants to be able to banish cards out of the graveyard in order to create gold, or to threaten gold creation, because that's what you want. And again, Kassai wanting to draw cards, what's the best way to do that? You can just reliably have a gold token, and if worst case scenario you have a bad hand, you can just pop the gold and get a cheaper saber swing, and then you're good to go.
Yeah, it'll be interesting if we see that pattern play out in this game. Almost equally as important is these agility tokens, being able to give your first attack go again, in order to enable the wider turns when you've got a big hand.
So Ahmed at 2 and 4, Elliot at 3 and 3. Kayo, first time we see the hero. We saw old school Kayo.
Yep.
Both
a couple times, yeah.
Yeah, both Feast and Famine.
Yes.
Some were much more thrilled about their choice and their dice rolling abilities, as I think Heiner's actually out here in the crowd right now, kind of commiserating with everyone else about how those dice were not only cruel, but they were consistently cruel.
But think the opposite side of the table, the other person's equally as excited as he was disappointed with each of those rolls.
Yeah, sample size, unfortunately, is to the benefit of some, to the dismay of others. All right, so we're going to be blocking here 6 go again. Looks like it's going to be covered up. And swing it in again. You only got one arm. You might as well make use of it. It is the mini meat axe.
Yep.
So you pay 2 to attack. When this attacks, draw a card, then discard a random card. And again, discarding cards creates might tokens, does some cool stuff. We like that.
Yeah, I think a lot of times you want to have an agility token and lead with the mini Medax so that your discard has potentially buffed all of your other cards that want you to have discarded as 6.
All these tokens that have popped up here, Vigor and Might and Agility and such. And we saw in Outsiders, we had Ponder and Frailty and Blood Rot. So there's a lot of these extra little tidbits, these little sort of things that you got to keep in mind that can generate out of nowhere. There's so many moving parts now in Flesh and Blood.
Yeah, there really are. And like I said before, exploring more space in the game, coming up with new game designs, things that we haven't seen, the figments, the auras, the tokens, Kayo buffing your deck and your hand. Like, these are just awesome things that we haven't really seen before. And there's so much space to be explored. And every set is a new exciting nugget that just is absolute treat to go through.
Centauri Saber swung in, just gets kind of laughed at by Elliot to a degree. It's like, all right, 2's fine. But I believe that's trade-in, if I'm not mistaken.
It is a trade-in.
Trade-in, again, another one of those cards that we've seen in previous sets. I think, was that an Outsiders card? I believe it was originally. But nonetheless, again, may discard and draw a card. That's what Kassai is looking to do. And if it's played out of the arsenal, it does get go again. So you can sort of extend the chain link, but ultimately drawing cards, discarding cards, what you want to do. Now, in this case, you already paid for your Saber, so you're not getting the discount on it. But still, fill up the graveyard in order to banish, create gold, do the whole thing. Bob's your uncle.
Well, so Ahmed started with the Saber attack that had go again from the agility token. Now he's coming in with the trade-in, and it will make the attack, I believe Kassai's ability will make the attack on the second weapon cheaper.
Yep.
The hot streak.
Yeah. So again, if you draw a card, it gets one of your weapons get your sword attacks gain -1, and hot streak is a sword.
It is a sword.
So slowly chipping away. Again, these weapons are not necessarily too scary. It's not like an Anathos or even a millstone, or a millhammer. Like it's not one of those. It's not coming in for a dangerous number, but it comes in twice, and that can be annoying itself. As Elliot kind of just let both of them go through. So eventually, those are going to be not just annoying; they're going to be threatening.
Well, and like I said, it's important to have that agility token to give your first attack go again. Otherwise, you don't have these very wide turns where you get to utilize both of your swords.
All right, so Kayo trying to do some work to come back here. Again, the attacks are not necessarily overwhelming, but they did get a free pass. Now, you got to assume that Ahmed must have had a lot more familiarity with those cards.
Well, we would assume that, but look at the record here.
I wonder how many.
I'm not trying to rag on Ahmed, but I think this just goes to show it is not easy doing well at these events.
Yeah. You never know. He could have gone 0-4 in Underdog and then just said, I'm going to make this all up in Precon.
Yeah, maybe.
It's completely possible. So just in case everybody wants to know, so 1-2 Juice is a team of 4. Yep. And in terms of the gameplay, they've basically been, they represent one spot, one tournament spot, and they have essentially just kind of rotated in, like they're taking turns from round to round.
It's a tag team match is what you're telling me.
Well, fatal 4-way is the technical term, Craig. You're not going to like just saying whatever.
Man, I can't believe you didn't just agree with me.
Remember yesterday you said at one point this week, I'm going to leave you out to dry?
I mean, somehow this day has just gotten much longer, all of a sudden.
And we haven't even gone to the hot tub yet. All right, well, big attack, go again. That's a pretty nasty reality here. But again, Elliot is the one that might be the sacrificial lamb here on camera. As like you said, 1-2 piece or 1-2 juice are a 4-pack. And Elliot's the one who's playing on camera right now.
I do not think he's a sacrificial lamb at all. That turn was great. He had 2 tokens going into the turn, made this massive attack, and he's carrying 2 tokens again into the next turn. He's ahead on life totals right now. Like, this is a good spot for him.
Definitely a good spot again, but things can change very drastically, and you can't sell an LSS employee short when it comes to playing cards, baby. I mean, they are card gamers.
All right, that's fair.
Plus, Ahmed took that hit with a big smile on his face.
Just ain't no thing.
That's kind of more menacing than anything, frankly. He's like, all right, no problem. So both players here, again, just getting through day one. Elliot looking to the camera saying, oh, God. He's either scolding us. I'm trying to understand. I couldn't read his lips there. He already wished me happy birthday. That was kind of him.
Okay, so we know it wasn't
It
that.
was definitely not that. All right, first attack is going to be the Centauri Saber, paying full price for this one. And you got to suspect that if you got that many cards and you're just swinging in for Saber, what else is happening here?
Yeah, in this format, the Warrior gets a lot of attack reactions that we don't see out of the other decks. So we'll see if you block this thing, potentially a whole bunch of damage can pop up out of nowhere. No,
Right.
It looks like he doesn't have anything.
This has been quite an experience for you and I, Craig, as it is for everyone else. Like, sometimes we're just like, okay, no, we need to tell you what's happening.
Sure.
Who's telling us what's
Yeah,
happening?
you just walk me down a path and lead me there.
Yeah.
That's what you're telling me.
Yeah.
You're like, Craig, there's going to be a big attack reaction here,
Yeah.
right? Talk about that for a little bit. Oh, 2 damage. Okay.
Just leave the breadcrumbs. All right, and look at that card, Craig. What does that do?
Yeah.
Hurry up, Craig. I wish people can see. I mean, and the people here in the studio can see this like garage sale of cards we have in front of us.
The table in front of us started the day so clean and organized.
Yeah.
And as we've gone on, the level of is entropy.
Yeah.
The chaos.
It's certainly something.
Spiraling out of control here.
Like Hemmel's here taking notes on how to properly display cards for when he's vending at the next event.
Oh, I'm sure that's what he wants his booth to look like. He's
He's like, yeah, okay, I want a coffee cup there. I want some Kleenex here. All right, so back to the game.
Okay, so on Ahmed's last turn, he had used his 2 equipment to generate the 2 tokens. I believe it's a vigor and an agility.
Mm-hmm.
And then it actually turned on his other equipment that gets +1 for an agility and +1 for a vigor token. So now he feels pretty obligated to cash in this equipment and block it with it while he has both tokens on the board.
All right, so random effects here. We're not rolling dice. We saw what happened with that today. We're going to get rid of not a 6.
No, it is a 6 because it's buffed by Kayo's ability.
All right.
Look at you. That was a yellow rally the rear guard, I believe.
That's true. And
Again,
again,
discarded to a wild ride.
and in any zone that isn't the combat chain, +1. That is awesome. Again, really cool thematic cards here. Yeah, rally the rear guard. Base 5.
And we see Elliot, this very effective wide turn coming in for 6 with go again from the agility token, coming in for 6 with go again from the discard to the wild ride. And, he might just finish this off with the mini meat axe.
Someone needs to do an altar of Mini Meataxe, but it's Mini Me from Austin Powers.
Yeah, that
Holding
definitely
it-
needs to happen.
Holding an axe.
Just way too big for him.
Yes.
Yeah.
The Mini Me axe. Look,
Is
it's been
this why we
7
don't?
consecutive rounds, people.
Is this why we don't normally have spectators?
Yeah.
Like right there with us.
This is why there's a rotation sometimes. It's not to eat, it's to collect the sanity. You guys like it? Come on.
Yeah. Anyway, circling all the way back. Great turnout out of Elliot, and we'll see. Ahmed, having those 2 tokens, you want to have a hand. You want to have a big turn, And Elliot threatened so much damage, he took almost the entire hand from Ahmed, which means these tokens aren't going to be as effective on this turn.
And we've seen that Ahmed has had the ability to go ahead and not just swing with one of the weapons and then follow it up with an attack action. He's able to do a weapon, attack action, weapon. So it was there. The capability is there. It's built in. It's just a matter of finding the right ingredients here to sort of cook that up. And unfortunately, Ahmed's running out of runway here. He's down to 5 health, and Elliot has been sort of cruising along, not necessarily going way over the top like a brute might, but otherwise, he's just kind of been chipping away and creating these uncomfortable attacks and go-agains, and it's been pretty nasty. But that is Draw Swords, which is going to buff up the Saber here to up to 5. Did, in fact, draw a card. So the beauty here is that is a free swing of the Saber because you drew a card.
Mm-hmm. And it's going to have Go again from the Agility token as well.
So this might be that attack, that turn that Ahmed is going to need in order to make a game out of this, to sort of buy back some of the momentum. Because if Elliot finds the right recipe, he might just take as much as he needs to go ahead and send it way back. All right. Following it up with the hot streak here. Hot streak, when this is defended by 1 or more attack action cards, it gains Go again. But 2, I don't think you're really going to make a statement here by tossing a few cards in front of it. Looks like Elliot's comfortable taking 2 here. A lot of work has been done here. I mean, most of, if not all of the attack and damage done has been by these just little two attack pokes.
Yeah, and that's what we want to see out of the warrior deck is utilizing both weapons as often as possible, while also filling up that graveyard to keep the Kassai ability live.
So the Kassai ability is looking for 2 reds and 2 yellows. So it's not just a matter of having 4 cards there. You got to have the right ratio. Ahmed looks content with that turn. I think it's fine. I mean, you were able to take some cards away and actually just poke through for damage. Elliot.
Yeah, I mean, considering Elliot's turn was so good, that turn actually went quite well for Ahmed.
Down to 11 goes Elliot. Very comfortable still. No problems. Vigor token. Might token. So the Might token is destroyed, and that means that the next attack is going to gain +1. So we're going to see a little over the top here. Bare Fangs. Discarding a Bare Fangs. And that Bare Fangs is going to +1, but it was already a 6. So that is an 8. So +1 from the Might token, and the draw discard effect gives that a nice 8 spot here. And again, this is a 2-card block.
And the discard of the 6 triggers the Kayo ability, creating another Might token that's going to swing over to the next turn.
So this is kind of that well-oiled machine that you're looking at here. Again, just getting those draws and discards, the creation of the Might, and creating again, these buffed up attacks that go over value in this case. So 8 attack off of a yellow Bare Fangs, +1 from the Might, +2 again from the draw and discard. I'm going to have to throw something in front of this here. But at the same time, you don't just want to throw anything away. You want to be able to actually attack and make it uncomfortable, I think, at this rate. Because if you're just going to send some vanilla damage here and Elliot finds a real hater of a hand here, he's just going to sign for it and send it back. And Ahmed is going to be in for it. We haven't seen an activation of Kassai's ability yet.
No, we have not. I don't know if it's been important yet to this point in the game. And I think you made a very good point where Ahmed needs to obviously worry about his life total, but he also needs to consider, he needs to get in a point in the game where he starts taking cards out of Elliot's hand every turn so that he's not looking at 8, 9, 10 damage out of one attack or maybe multiple go-again attacks.
Trade in. This is draw and discard. You may, which you kind of want to do. Was this played from Arsenal?
I believe it was played from Arsenal, and it's important to note you discard first. So if you have no cards in your hand, you cannot do this ability.
Sure. And again, drawing the card here is what Kassai wants to do. It's going to mean that the next attack is going to be, or the next sword attack is going to be 1 cheaper, which basically means free pass. But it's a go again that you kind of want to have. You want to be able to not just discard draw, you want to be able to have the extra action point to make this happen. Elliot already considering that 4 cards looks good. I think he's just waving this one in.
Yeah, and I think if you're on Ahmed's side, if you think, hey, I only have 1 card in my hand and 1 card in my arsenal, and I'm going to present 5 damage this turn and still end with a card in my arsenal at the end of the turn, you've done pretty well, especially for a Blitz Precon deck.
Following it up with Hot Streak. And again, it's not buffed up or anything. It's not necessarily terribly threatening. Elliot very comfortable at 8, Craig, and I think that this is just going to be another poke for 2. Again, if Elliot let that 3 pass, I think he's just going to let this 2 pass. I think he's got a 4-card hand here that he's very comfortable with. He's already just said, yeah, green light, let's go.
Well, and he almost can't block this one because if he puts an attack action card in front of it, it gains go again, and then the Centauri Saber is going to be following it.
Here we go. There's still that might token from the previous turn for Elliot.
4-card hand, might token. Could be a big turn.
It might be a big turn.
You are dialed in.
Thank you. Wild ride, my friend. Here we go. You'll draw and discard the Brute Special. What do we find?
With Kayo's ability, you're going to miss at such a lower rate.
Like this would have been a miss.
Yes.
But it is not because of his because of Kayo's game text. Anything that is any card that attack action that's not on the combat chain in any other zone will have +1, so that is a 6. This gets the +1 from the might token. Wild Ride gets go again. 7 on the stack here with another action point following suit. Ahmed has to figure out what is following suit with this, because when he was poking and prodding at Elliot was just content to just let the life total dwindle. And Elliot, you see him, he's now a little more confidence.
And he should. He's in the driver's seat this game. This is a good position to be in. He's already generated another might token that'll swing to the next turn. So just this extra bonus damage that he gets out of KO, where 4 or 5 turns of extra might tokens, that's 5 extra damage over the course of the game. That's a ton.
Yeah, different story here. Ahmed left his smile on turn 2. Unfortunately, it's kind of gone here as he's down to 3 life. 6 life here for Elliot, 7 attack. How low are we going to go? That's the question. A lot of Kassai fans out there. But Kayo wants to sort of crash that party.
There it is. Take it on the chin. More good card names.
That's a very good card game as well. Next time we deal damage, prevent 2 of that damage, and create an agility token, did it twice. So basically full coverage. And we're not done yet, because Wild Ride did have go again. And unfortunately, those were essentially 2 block cards, right? So,
well, and this is a great spot to be in. Elliot is swinging another agility token to the next turn, so he's going to definitely have multiple attacks next turn. Taking Ahmed's whole hand this turn. Next turn, he's set up to make 2 attacks minimum, maybe more than that. This is a great spot to be in.
Yeah, uncomfortable. You got to give up your whole hand.
Ooh,
and
yeah, that'll do it. Wow.
Bumps.
Wow. Very well played.
The Brutes in the crowd here, very happy to see that. And again, crashing the return party for Kassai. Unfortunately, those who are out there really wanting to see it, well, you got to see it. We don't guarantee results here on the stream. Winner for Elliot of 1-2 Juice. That's awesome. So going up to 4-3 Ahmed of LSS, down to 2-5. But we've got another day of competition.
I just appreciate that we've seen all of these heroes do the things that they're supposed to do. It's really just a ton of fun watching them. That they each have completely different play patterns, and we got to see all of the tokens get made. We got to see the abilities get triggered. This was just an absolute ball today, just watching all of these heroes do their thing.
It was exceptional. It was a lot of fun. Starting off with the Underdog Blitz, seeing those players, those decks, and the innovation. Starting off with Viet Fam's really cool deck and the sort of the recovery effect of the nourishing emptiness. Unfortunately, he literally hit a brick wall.
Yeah.
And beyond that, seeing these precons do what they do. We got to see wagering. We got to see clash. We got to see all kinds of cool effects. So I'm hyped for tomorrow, but I still have to digest today because there's so much that we got to see.
Yeah, this is so much fun, man. We should just do this, I don't know, 4 more days.
Sure.
Yeah, you're in?
Why not? Do you guys want that? Yeah, let's do it. Why not? All right. Thank you. My dreams of winning an Oscar one day, that's basically as close as I'll get. Yeah. All right, friends. So I think we're going to take a quick break, but we're going to come back with the full standings. We're going to get you informed on where everybody is and who's at the top of the pack, who's still got a chance, and who's having fun.
Well, that's everyone.
That's everyone, of course. All right, friends, don't go too far. We will be back in a couple minutes with the wrap up, the standings, and all that jazz. that is it for day one. We got a little bit of a recap that we want to sort of walk you through. We had the 4 rounds of Underdog Blitz.
Awesome.
Very awesome. Again, now let me ask you this, Craig. If you were to bring a hero to Underdog Blitz, who would it be?
I would have a hard time not playing a bunch of games with Prism before making that decision.
Yeah, but is that after seeing Prism just like full-on dunk on all these other
No,
heroes?
I knew the whole time that Prism was the best deck.
Sure you did.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, there. Sure. I was really, really high on Levia in this. I thought that Levia was, and literally, purely off the fact that you get Carrion Husk, like you get a 6 block, like let's go. But
yeah, that is a bonkers piece of equipment.
it's great. But apparently Prism is the truth here, as and Chris Gehrig and Brian Gottlieb have been saying for a while now. That was the Underdog Blitz, the Precons. Now we saw a bunch of them. We didn't get to see Olympia, unfortunately, but it's all good. We got to see some Rhinar. We did get to see some Kassai, which is cool. Some Betsy, some Kayo, and some Victor Goldmane. Did any of those catch your eye?
Like I said, I think Kayo is the most interesting from a classic constructed deck construction standpoint. The opening up all of the possibilities for deck construction with these traditionally unusable yellow and blue pitches because they would only have 5 attack. Now enabling your deck just is so interesting to me.
Seeing the strength and that we've seen before of just Rhinar being able to intimidate. I mean, one of the first heroes from Wraith, right? Like that's just back for more blood. But I am still very high on Victor Goldmane, and I really want to see Olympia do some things down the road. But tomorrow we're gonna have some Living Legend, and I am over the moon about Living Legend. But before that, it's gonna be the Heavy Hitter Solo Constructed.
Really cool format.
Now, who'd you bring to that? That's another question.
So I may have had some conversations with my teammates / sponsor, Saint Hung. So I don't want to divulge any little bits of secrets right now.
All right. We are in New Zealand. I'm going to use a Lord of the Rings quote. All right. Keep your secrets.
I will keep my secrets.
Perfect. All right.
Yeah.
That's fair. That's fine. And then, I mean, Living Legend now it's just Starvo is like, obviously that is going to be the focal point, but Starvo with all these additional bans, these restrictions, and kind of with one arm tied behind his back at this point, you think he's still got the juice?
I do think that it's a hero that still has juice. We're going to see what the players think. That's when it gets really interesting because they're the ones playing for something. They're the ones with, the prize on the line, as it were. So I do think that Starvo still has some juice, but we're going to see if it holds up in a diverse field tomorrow. Sincerely,
I do believe that it's a situation of, prove me wrong kind of thing.
Yes.
Like, it's you're the champ until you're not. And for Starvo, I really want to see if this was overkill, if it was just right, or is Starvo still...
what if it still just stomps all over the field tomorrow? What do you do then?
Easy. I know what hotel room Brian Gottlieb's in, so we're just going to go knock on that. Hello, here's a list of things. But there's all that, and then finally, the finals on Friday is going to be very exciting as the top 2 are going to battle it out in a best of 3 different formats, and I am crossing my fingers. I suspect it's going to go the distance. I think it's going to be a 3-game match, and we're going to see Living Legend, we're going to see Solo Constructed, and we're going to have everything ready for you tomorrow, frankly. The deck lists and everything. And I'm going to try to do my best to get those out to you because I know that people like to just gobble up those deck lists.
All right. So who's your horse in the race?
Newman.
Newman is not playing in this event.
Well, then I kind of want... Look, I don't know what the results are. I only know the records of the people we have been in this dungeon here.
You are using a lot of words to not give an answer here.
You know why? Because I'm trying to actually come up with a response.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is, without knowing I might just pick somebody who is completely out of it already. Like the easy answer is always someone like Brody Spurlock, but that would have been my champion going into this. But then LSS throws a curveball. It's like, oh, and the devs are in here, who've been playing this for God knows how long.
I don't think they're going to let the devs
in the finals
take down the event and make their own vanity card.
Their own card, another one. Damn it. It's funny.
They're already making their own card every single week.
For the devs, the winning prize is more work.
Yes.
And nobody wants that. I'll go with Brody. I think that Brody is just is one of the greatest players to ever play the game, frankly. He's always well prepared. He sees things differently. He's very meticulous and takes his time. He's somebody who will admit to his mistakes, but rarely make them twice.
Sure. You just picked the easiest possible horse.
Of course I did.
Man.
What am I, there's nothing on the line for me. Who do you got?
Saint. I'm behind Saint 100%. The team is just putting so much energy behind encouraging him and just talking about little strategies along the way. And you want the people closest to you to do well, right?
Sure.
So that would just be spectacular.
No, I think it'd be great as well. And his record certainly showed it when he was on the broadcast as a clean 4-0 up to 5-0.
He finished at 5-1-1.
Oh, wow. There you go. So finished at 5-1-1, which is awesome. But let's take a look at the rest of the competitors here at the Celebrational. So again, this is how we got there. The first rounds were the Underdog Blitz into the Precons. But here we go at 6-1. It is Kelvin Law, the dude with the most XP in the entire freaking world.
By a wide margin.
Oh, yeah.
By you could add my XP to the next, second place, your XP to second place. We still wouldn't be close.
At number 2, there's my champion. That is Brody Spurlock at 6-1 as well. Yep. I think he has told me, I said, what is your objective? What are your long-term goals here in Flush and Play? You're a young man. You've got a lot of career, but you've also got a lot of accomplishments. He said he wants to be the number 1 XP player in the world. And he's somebody who I think throws down 5 armories a week. So he's going to move on. He's moving the needle for sure. He's number 2. And there's your pick.
Yeah, my horse is right in it. Saint is no slouch when it comes to card games. He's been around card games forever. He's an old timer. And so, showing that he can show up and take down some games is certainly a feather in his cap. I know he's having an absolute blast here doing it. And I hope he kind of sustains this tomorrow.
And Melody, the community champion, the hype queen herself, a local here in New Zealand as well, at 5-2. Mara Faris, who kicked off by getting
kicked in,
brutalized by an LSS employee, but came back strong, 4-3.
No surprise there at all, right?
No, she is, again, one of the best players in the world and an exceptional altruist as well. 1-2 juice. We saw Elliot win to improve to that 4-3. So we saw how Elliot representing 1-2 juice to go up to 4-3. Finally, Viet Fam rounding out the top 7 there at 4-3.
Yeah, and I think if we had picked who we thought would finish in the top half of the field, we're kind of seeing it play out that way. But that's not to say that the other competitors didn't do a good job. I mean, this was just so much fun watching them battle every single round. And even the looks on the faces, everyone just enjoyed every point of damage every turn, right?
I want to just put a fat spotlight on number 10.
Okay.
All of LSS.
The entire company.
The whole entity.
Is 2-5.
2-5. Started off real strong.
Send some tweets Brian's way.
Yeah, please. At Brian G Fab. And tell him Craig sent you.
Oh, look at you.
So 2-5 again, but that's how we kicked off the day, right? It was Jason Lai, I believe, who just crushed it on Prism, but unfortunately, maybe they got some more work to do. I mean, the game that they're creating, the players have really elevated their game as well.
And listen, it is hard to show up to an event and do well. No, even if you're one of the better players, but if you're LSS, they have full-time jobs. This isn't the only thing that they're doing here.
Definitely, right? Absolutely. All right, friends. So that there you have. Those are the standings after the first day, 7 rounds, and we've got another day of competition tomorrow. Brand new set of formats for tomorrow as well. I am very much looking forward to Living Legend with the new bans and the new restrictions. It's going to be exciting. Craig, what a great day.
You'll be there. I'll be there.
Newman will be there.
If I don't eat Newman for dinner.
Please do not eat Newman for dinner. I can only go to Tristan for so many of these free plushies before he tells me to go fly a kite. We hope that you will be there. That's important as well. So friends, thank you so much for joining us at the Celebrational Day 1. We've got more action tomorrow, so don't go too far. We will be kicking it off around the same time as we did today. Craig, Flake, we love you. We'll see you soon.